Monday, March 20th, 2023, and this is the Goldsboro City Council work session called to order. At this time, I'll ask that any cell phones you have, please quiet them so we don't get interrupted. And we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Ham.
Present.
Mayor Present.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Present.
Councilman Broadway.
Present.
Councilwoman Matthews. Councilman Taylor.
Present.
Councilman Bass.
Here.
We're all here. We have a full attendance tonight. This is the first time we've been back in this configuration in 2 years, 3 years. So we're a little bit closer together. Hopefully that'll make us a little more apt to be civil to one another, and we can move forward. Okay, so the first thing next thing on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to, let me first of all ask, is there any changes anyone wants to make or additions to the agenda? If not, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hear no discussion, so all in favor of adopting the agenda, please signify by raising your hand. Okay. We've got an agenda. I've got a pen around here someplace. Okay. We don't have any old business on the agenda, so we'll go straight into the new business. And the first item is a Dillard Alumni Sponsorship update, and I think we have someone here to speak to that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. I recognize you, but you can state your name for the
Good
record.
afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and city officials. My name is Gary Packer, and I'm the National President of the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni Friends Incorporated. On last year, I came before the council on last year and was asking for city sponsorship, which the city council did approve. So in conversations with the city manager and his assistant and some other people in the city, I asked about coming again this year to present not only what we did on last year, but have an ask for this year for the 23 year of our homecoming celebration. I think I sent a slide.
We'll pull up your slides here.
This is just the intro slide, just to introduce you the city.
Do you have the clicker there, sir?
Oh, I do have the clicker. Okay. Let's see.
There you go.
Okay, I was working with the man over at Travel and Tourism, and we was kind of excited about getting together, but we had discovered even on last year that the city did not do an accurate accountability of what our actual financial impact was to the city. So me and her, we got together and we did place some flyers and some information data in all the hotels in the city of Goldsboro to try to get some of that data so we can have a good accurate number. Even though there were some hotels we did not utilize, but for the main ones, we did have those things in place, was able to capture some numbers. So what you see here, based on what Travel and Tourism had, we had 1,012 stays, which we did on a 2-day average, but in actuality, we here 4 days, but we only tracked the 2 largest days, which is the Friday and Saturday night, which gave us 224 stays with an average of 2 parties in every room. And that total with the revenue that is generated was $757,988 just in the hotel revenue and the tax that it generated for the city of Goldsboro. But that's not the entirety of what we actually generated. During that process, we did find out that we have some individuals have to stay in neighboring cities, Mount Olive, Selma, and Kinston, because all of the premium hotels are sold out. I checked on last night, just with some of the hotels in the city, just to get a little filler, and several of them already are about to capacity. Some say we only have 3 rooms left because we have booked throughout our organization. We have actually blocked out the majority of the rooms in all the hotels. And so that shows that we are very well occupied, the city of Goldsboro, during our homecoming weekend. The next slide is day travelers. When I was talking with Amanda down at Travel and Tourism, she said they don't really have a way to track day travelers. So what we did is, based on what we do over a 4-day event, we kind of basically entertain between 28 and 30,000 people over the 4 days. And what you see here, we utilize not just the events that we have, but every venue in the city of Goldsboro is being utilized, to include the Mac Center, Goldsboro Event Center that's owned by the city of Goldsboro, and our own facility, plus some places downtown that's owned by the Wheels. We utilize every space in the city of Goldsboro to accommodate all our celebrations. So with that generates an additional $2.5 million of revenue just from day travelers. And the way I came about that number is that I looked at some data that was comprised from air shows, and they had a little number that they used. It was like $87 per individual, and I took that, multiplied it based on what we had from occupancy and attendance of the 28,000 to come up with the $2,523 that we generated for the day travelers. Now, last year, these are the expenditures we had for our last year's from the funding sponsorship from the city. We had $1,376.36. That actually came from travel and tourism, but they were not able to give those funds this year because of the Wings of Wayne. And so we were not able to apply for those funds, and we understood that as I talked with Amanda. So the community picnic, we came in at $4,648.53. Inflatables for the kids, and we gave out 5 scholarships in the amount of $4,500. For this year's need and ask, I included the advertisement because I thought that was a very integral piece, because what we were able to do last year for the very first time, we were able to have the parade televised so individuals who were not able to attend could actually view that parade. And so we're utilizing that and to actually have a virtual presentation that people can see the awards night, which the mayor was a speaker last year for us. That money is utilized so we can get all those things out and show people what we're doing here in the city of Goldsboro. And so we had $1,450, which is the ask for that. I did a 5% increase, because everything is going up. Price of eggs is like 300% increase on eggs, so we can understand, but I just did a 5% increase. So the community picnics coming in at $4,900. The inflatables, the person that we get the inflatables from is going to allow us to get them at the same cost at $500. We're still going to give out the scholarships at $4,500. So the total ask for this year that I'm asking the city for is $11,350. The projected for 2024, I will be able to apply as a talking to travel and tourism. They said we will be able to apply for the funding next year for advertisement, which is $2,500. Estimated for the community picnic with the increase is $5,250 for next year. Like I said, the guys that's doing the inflatables is going to allow us to keep having the same price. That did not change. And we're going to give out the same amount of scholarships of $4,500 for a total need for 2024, $12,750. This is the weekend events for this year, May 25th to the 28th. You can see that. One of the things I forgot to add up here is this year we're bringing back the golf tournament that will be held down here at Goldsboro Country Club, Goldsboro Golf Facility right here in Goldsboro. That will be held on that Friday, class of 1968. We'll be sponsoring that event. And it's been a very successful event for us here in the city of Goldsboro when we sponsor that golf tournament. So we're glad to have that back. But we have our annual awards night on that Thursday night, which we invite all the city council members, and specifically we always invite the mayor to be a speaker. And that ends with the culmination and coronation of our king and queen, which is how we generate some of our scholarship funding. On Friday is the executive board meeting along with the members meeting, where we get to discuss organization business and allow the members to have a Q&A session so they can get and understand the ins and outs and workings of the organization as we have made any changes or things during that actual fiscal year. I have brought back the president's luncheon, and what that is that I'd like to meet with all class representatives, that either the president or the class rep from the Dillard High School and Goldsboro High School, so we can kind of bring them up to speed, because what we're finding out, 1969 was the last graduating class from Dillard. Goldsboro High School classes are getting very small. This year, the senior class has only 86 students, whereas my class, we had over 500 students. And so it's going to be critical that we involve those individuals because the future of this organization is going to rest in their hands. So we want to get them involved at an early age, and we're looking forward to that meeting with them. On Friday evening, we have the alumni dance. Also, we have a pre-dawn dance, something we try to give back to the youth. Last year, we brought it back for the first time. It's from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And we have so many college kids coming back home. We want them to have a place to go. And the one thing I'm very proud to say is our events are incident-free. We have several security. Goldsboro Police Department provide all security for all our events, and they are incident-free, and we're very proud to have this designation. Saturday morning is the homecoming parade. That's the one large event. We're downtown here in the city of Goldsboro. A lot of the businesses actually get the benefit from our presence down here. People enjoy it, and it gets an opportunity for everybody to just get together and just talk and share all the old stories that they had before they get into their actual class picnics. Then we have the community picnic over on the grounds of H.B. Brown Hall. Everybody's welcome to come. We have that during the day, but this year we're adding in a day party, which we was trying to do it over there on the Freedom Field last year, Patriot Field. I think it's Patriot Field or Freedom Field last year. But we had some logistical things, but we did have that event over there, and we did have food trucks. But this year we're bringing it on campus because we're trying to utilize our space as much as possible to get people to have an awareness of what we do over there at the H.B. Brown Hall. Then Saturday we have the theme dance, which this year we're having a reggae and a go-go actually fun dance this year. Then we have our Sunday morning worship service on Sunday. Then we have several class picnics going on the grounds here on our property. Also this year, we have partnered with a group that will be doing a Unity Music Festival downtown in Goldsboro this year. And we're hoping that everyone will come out and attend. They have several headliners that will be a part of that event down here in the city of Goldsboro. Okay, that's the end of the presentation. You know, I say Dillon Alumni and Friends Incorporated, and I always say my motto is together we can. And to end it, I want to actually thank the city of Goldsboro for the funding from last year and for the funding for this year. And even for 2024 and years to come, the funding for those years. Because one of the things that I've always prided ourselves on, that we have never really sought out sponsorship. And when the city stepped in and did the sponsorship last year, and the previous mayor, Chuck Allen, did give us a small amount, but then last year y'all really did a big thing on last year, and we are very happy and very thankful for the city of Goldsboro have done to actually be a partner with us here in this city. And so we truly thank you from the bottom of our heart, and we're looking forward for a continued partnership with the city. As what we do here, we want to make sure that y'all all understand that we are a financial engine for this community. Not only from a financial standpoint, from an educational standpoint, from a tutorial standpoint, we're trying to be a beacon of light because we actually sit in a community that's in very much of need. And so we thank the city for allowing me to be here this evening to present, and I pray and just believe that the city will hear our prayer and our request and make these things available. So with that being said, I don't have anything else, Mr. Mayor, and so I will take my seat, and I thank you all for allowing me.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask if anyone has any questions, but first, let me just say that we recognize not only the importance of Dillard alumni coming back home, so to speak, each year for just the fellowship, renew acquaintance, et cetera, et cetera. It's always important. But we also recognize the impact that they have to the city economically. As you said, Mayor Allen had provided some funding for you in the past. We did last year, and I can assure you we will this year. We are going to take that up in our budget discussions that will be coming up very shortly.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor, I believe we budgeted $10,000
For this year.
and Mr. Packer's asking for $11,350. So if you want to meet that, we need to be directed to go above the budgeted amount.
So we're looking at an additional $1,000.
Right, $350 or
$1,350. So does the council do I have any discussion or a motion to provide the additional funding? $1,350.
Make a motion, we provide additional funding due to inflation and this cost estimate.
That's for 23 now we're talking about.
Right.
this year, this upcoming
2020 this year.
event.
Yes, sir.
I second.
We have a motion that's made in second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of providing additional $1,350 to the already appropriated $10,000 funding, please signify by raising your hand. Okay. Okay, you got the 23 monies approved,
Okay.
and we'll take up to 24 in our 23-24 budget process.
Thank you so much, Matt. One other thing I would like to ask the city council while I'm here is that if the city of Goldsboro will officially declare that weekend the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends Memorial Weekend for the city, so when we present our stuff as the city being a sponsor, that declaration will go a long ways, that we can add that saying that the city has declared that to be the
We
official.
will have a proclamation
Yes, sir.
signifying that.
Thank you so much. And whenever that is done, I would like to be a part of that. So I can be
Our clerk is making a note of that right now.
Thank you so much.
Does anyone else have any questions
Any
before he
questions?
steps down?
I don't have any questions, but I am not from Goldsboro, nor am I a Dillard alumni, but I do want to thank you for all you do for this city, and I've seen the impact that you've made and have always been very supportive of the things that you do.
Thank you so much.
And I like for you to kind of look at Martin Luther King Day. We should never let that day go by without celebrating it. And so if it's not done by the city, I would like to see Dillard to pick that ball up.
We to answer that, we kind of need to collaborate a little bit, so we don't want to conflict, because I know the
Right.
city
Mm-hmm.
has in past put on the event, and we never want to compete. We always want to be a part of it to enhance.
Right.
2 Fridays ago, we were able to go to the Wayne County Public Library. Dorothy Facing Cotton,
Right.
they did a showing of her film.
Excellent,
And
excellent.
she was a key player in Dr. King's movement. And out of that conversation with the director, she emailed me the following week, and she wants to do a documentary on Dillard. And so we are looking forward to that piece. And I invite each and every member of the council to come to our archives room, because the University of North Carolina has gotten with us to come down. They want to come to our archives room. They want to digitize everything we have so that we can have it and make it public in some other museum area pieces. The Wayne County Museum has been a great partner with us. They house a lot of our artifacts down there. So the city has done a lot to assist us in the things that we have done, and we really appreciate everything that the city has done to help us to be the successful group. This is our 68th year celebration, and we're very proud to be a part of the city of Goldsboro. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the Juneteenth celebration presentation, and Ms. Govan from Curtis Media is going to speak. And I believe she has another personality there with her as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, I think there's another personality following you up here
Oh, yes,
as well.
yes.
Hey.
Well, come on up here. Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor, City Manager Salmon. Thank you for having us back again, and we are here to present our intent to host our 3rd Juneteenth. It should be 4th.
Introduce yourselves. I know who you
Okay,
are, but just.
sure. I'm Lisa Govan. I'm the sales manager with Curtis Media.
I'm Karyana KT Taylor. I'm the program director and on-air personality for 92.7 Jams.
Good, thank you.
Is our presentation up? It is. Okay, so we'll start with presenting, just so everyone's aware of what Juneteenth is for our city.
Okay, so I'm just going to read off the screen and then reiterate just a little bit. Juneteenth, of course, is known as Juneteenth Independence Day. Freedom is an American holiday. Of course, everyone knows the big news last year. It became a federal holiday. It commemorates the June 19th, 1865 announcement of the abolishment of slavery in the U.S. It made the news all the way to Texas. It took it a while to get there because we didn't have all the social media and phones and everything. So genuinely, it's an emancipation of enslaved African Americans, and we're pretty much, celebrating the freedom of everybody at that point. So again, this is going to be our third festival. So we have been super excited planning it, and the vision is to continue to provide a family-friendly event to our community about freedom and unity.
Okay. I think the next slide has some photos from last year's event. The very first year we hosted at Herman Park. I'm sorry.
Got the clicker there?
There we are. Okay. So the very first year we hosted at Herman Park, but then we wanted to bring this down to our beautiful hub that we have downtown, and also hopes to drive some of our patrons or consumers to some of the downtown businesses. We have, of course, you can look at the bottom right corner and see we had quite a crowd out there, and it went on throughout the day. We had 32 street vendors as well, tent vendors that came down, and we have a lot of them that are waiting in the queue that want to participate again this year, but we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves until we had our meeting with City Council to address our intent. Last year, through a partnership with the City of Goldsboro, the city provided a lot of resources that we needed to be able to pull off an event the size that we did, and to have all those patrons come downtown. And through the city was able to provide support through the fire department, through the police department, public works, some different things. But in return, we offered $5,000 worth of advertising trade that the city has available to use for different initiatives. And you'll see in this one that we use some of those advertising towards the 175th anniversary. We had service bonds, the service on boards and commissions, fire department initiatives, citizens input for HUD's funds. Those are just some of the things that the city was able to take advantage of, that we were able to broadcast across our airways or on Goldsboro Daily News to let our citizens know that these things were coming up from the city of Goldsboro. And we're happy to continue to do that for the city of Goldsboro in return for the support of our event. Okay. I'm sorry.
So this is more so the day of. Last year we did time change. So this year we are looking at something similar to that, but still in the same exact area at the hub here in downtown Goldsboro. And so this is pretty much just the layout of how the day will go. If we do have the proposed time of switching, we'll have the gates opened. Vendors can come in and set up. Last year we had it about an hour before time, and then we'll kick off the celebration. Of course, we would like to invite the council and the mayor to come and help us kick it off. We'll have special guests throughout the time, and then of course with the vendors who will be there as well. And then we'll break down, and the streets will open back up. And so pretty much this is kind of the layout of what we want to do for 2023. It's pretty much the same exact layout, but I will say the added component that we're going to try to add and incorporate this year is to expand the genres of music. Yes, we are a hip hop and R&B station, but we have feedback from the community, and we do know that some other people may want to hear some other things. So of course we're going to have the presentation of colors. Last year and the year before we had the honor guard from the fire department do that. The Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have a singer. The previous singer was Victoria Ruffin Atkins from Goldsboro High School, singing both national anthem and Lift Every Voice. A majorette group, which is the first majorette group in Goldsboro. They've won Grand Slams and everything. They will be returning back this year if we're allowed to do it. DJ, of course, playing music throughout the day. Spoken word artists. And then, of course, we have the jazz, the gospel, the R&B, and we will have some hip-hop too. But one thing that I will say, if everything does go great, we are looking at someone who's going to be a headliner. He's been here before, and he does all of those. But we're still going to continue to invite other artists and local entities to come and be part of the event as well. You want to take this one? Okay. Here we have, in the past, we've talked about incorporating other entities like the Arts Council. The Wayne County Museum did partner with us last year as well. They did an exhibit that was for kids the morning of the festival, and they were able to learn and color and do all of these other great things. Arts Council, we are hoping that they'll be able to have some art that will be up in the Arts Council. Of course, we know that they're going to hopefully be into their new location. And then, of course, we have invited guests, choral, the presentation of colors, the mayor, the city council, county commissioners. We will have pastoral services as well, state representatives, dancers, drum lines, things of that sort, musical artists, and so forth and so on.
This is my part. Okay. This is where we get down to where our request is. So our request from the city of Goldsboro, again, is the use of the hub. Electrical outlets with working power supply for the event. Obviously, we have the food trucks that will need that power, and then we're not asking for power to go all the way down for all of the tent vendors, but more of a as needed per tent vendor. Police coverage during the event, the fire department on site during the event, trash services, delivery and removal, Center Street closure from Chestnut to Spruce on the day of the event, and the land use directly beside a well-traveled beer. Everyone's referring to that as Freedom Field. We've made a partnership with a business downtown Goldsboro, the Goldsboro Pediatric Dentistry and Orthodontics. That has historically been their Customer Appreciation Day. They wanted to find a way to incorporate that event, and so we did that last year. So we closed the street from their business all the way down, and it was just a fun time for all of their children and customers to come down and be a part of our event, and for our patrons to go down and see what their business had to offer. So these are all of the things. The approximate value based on last year was around $5,000, and again, we're happy to provide that trade to the city of Goldsboro. In return for those resources, we will bank those advertising dollars for you, so that when you have different initiatives throughout the city that requires advertising, you can utilize those dollars. Okay. Again, there's a breakdown on that slide of what I just mentioned. So the electricity, the security, the street closure, trash receptacles, staff for cleanup, presentation of colors, misting cooling fans, green room for artists, and then $1,000 cash donation is what we're asking for the city of Goldsboro, which is what you provided last year for us, and we have not gone up on that request. We're keeping that the same. Okay. And in return for the $1,000 cash investment, you also get the booth space. Maybe there's something that you want to set up and some information you want to have available to the citizens that come out. You get an additional 50 radio ads in addition to the $5,000 trade that we'll have, and your name inclusion in our sponsors, and promotional ads, live mentions, just shouting you out as our partner in this event. And that's our presentation.
Anyone have any questions? Comments?
Good meeting.
Thank you.
We'll surely support you on that. We just, again, have to put it in, we don't have any money in that at present, is that correct?
Community Relations and Development Department has the $1,000 that we can spend again
So
on
it'll
this.
come- it'll
And the
be,
city will provide the
You'll
support.
get it. It's already sort of in the meal for human relations.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. And also, I do want to say thank you for previous years for collabing with us as well. It shows that the city continuously wants to move forward in progressing and inclusion and diversity, and it really does show. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, at this time we'll continue with nonprofits, and we'll have the council had talked about at the retreat inviting some third-party agencies to come and speak about management of our nonprofit monies, whatever amount that we will allocate at a future time, but we'd like to hear from a couple of agencies on how they would administer that money. And I believe at this time we have Ms. Sherry Archibald speaking.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It is good to see you. I'm Sherry Archibald, the Director of the United Way of Wayne County. I do have a presentation for you, and I just want to get started by not making any assumptions that you know who we are and what it is that we do. So if you allow me just a few minutes, I will share a little bit of information about that. So United Way of Wayne County is one of 50 local United Ways across North Carolina. There are more than 1,100 of them across the United States, and we are all over the world. But each is autonomous and works to the benefit of the community with a mission that reflects on the needs of their community. We're directed by a local board of directors, leaders in our community that connect people with resources through partnerships and identify issues to work and find solutions. So I just have some stats here to share with you. Annually, by way of a community campaign, we raise resources to improve lives through impactful programs. We do this through a vetted application process and with support of our community volunteers. Our process is to seek outcomes for positive change, and here again are some of those statistics from those outcomes. You'll see that we have 20 programs that we fund from 14 different agencies. They're listed right here, and there's also a brochure that we provided for you all to see. I'm sure that many of them you're probably familiar with. There are more than 14 nonprofits in our community doing great work. And while we obviously can't support all of them financially, we do offer partnerships to them in many other capacities through professional development, opportunities, networking events, and by identifying grants to share with them. For the last 2 years, we've offered professional development through statewide grant opportunity to improve their skills. We've offered financial professional development, marketing, leadership, and community engagement. We have a strong database of nonprofits here in our community, and we do our best to keep them informed of opportunities. We're working on 2 events that I'd love to share with you that are coming up in April to benefit our nonprofits, and we are sharing all those details with them this week, and we began some of that last week. One of them is a nonprofit volunteer celebration. And so we're excited that in partnership with the Paramount Theater Foundation and the Governor's Office, we are going to be celebrating the Governor's Volunteer Service Awards. We're holding a celebration on the 18th of April from 5:30 to 7 and welcoming all nonprofits to invite their volunteers. It's a great opportunity for them to say thank you. We'll provide some refreshments. There will not be a big program. A small piece will allow us to identify who those recipients are at the Governor's Service Awards, but the rest of that will just be a time to acknowledge the volunteers that are doing so much in our community. The other event that I wanted to share with you is on April the 26th, and in partnership with the Wayne Community College, we're providing a nonprofit summit. Annually, we provide a nonprofit meeting to all of our nonprofits in the community. And it's just a great way for them to network and collaborate. But this year, with this partnership with the college, we'll be providing them with more professional development as well. And this just goes over our process. The process of how we work. We focus on areas that are determined as our focus areas, and we invite nonprofits to apply for program support around one or more of our focus areas. And you'll see them here. They are health and wellness, basic needs, financial stability, and education. Our Community Impact Committee reviews the applications through a grant management software, hears from the agencies, and makes recommendations to our board. And then our board reviews those recommendations and determines the allocations. Reporting is provided by the agencies to share the impact change, demographics for those that are served, and the success stories or challenges from those programs. And I wanted to share this with you all just to share some of the experience in the area that we're speaking of that United Way has. Last year, our impact was raising $809,000 from 2022. And then to look at our third-party administrative support, FEMA, which is the EFSP program, Emergency Food and Shelter. We've been doing that as far back as I can tell is at least since 1999. And so through FEMA, They require specific board that we find those board members that they want us to put in place. And then nonprofits who are serving the community for emergency food and shelter can apply for funding. So every year we hear about how much funding is coming down through FEMA. It's typically around $40,000 to $45,000. But through COVID years with ARPA and CARES, there's been some significant funding we've been able to put back in the community. During CARES, we also worked with the County of Wayne to handle their, as a third-party administrative support, to handle their CARES funding in 2021. And then a couple of other partnerships that we currently have are with the Wayne County Health Department and with Guardian Ad Litem. As I mentioned, we could not do the work that we do without our committees. This is just a list of those that are consistent. There are so many others that provide us event support, and so we're very grateful to that support that we receive. So what we are here for today, just to share with you this partnership proposal, and this is where we would like to share with you that as a partner, we would be providing a service that is similar to our process. However, this is the City of Goldsboro's opportunity to extend nonprofit funding. It will be separate from the United Way's funding opportunities. You'll note on here that our timeline is soon, next month. That's because we would want to make sure that our campaign time is separate from this work that we would be doing for you all. So in order to keep that separate, we would need to prepare early and provide our evaluations to the council and the finance department to fund programs as early as 2023 for July. The other option, if we are not able to get started this early, is we would want to look in January so that we can get through our next campaign and keep these options separate. The challenge with that is that we would not have the data for a full year because we would be proposing that we would have them use our software so that we can have demographics for you all and success stories and challenges maybe that they are seeing. So if I follow through with this timeline, we would begin with a survey that would be sent to each of you so that you could help us to identify and tell us what focus areas you want to look at. I shared with you our focus areas. We know that you're going to have different focus areas. Some of those may be similar, but you may also have recreation, arts, and culture. You may have animal needs. You may have tourism. So what we would do is we would send you a survey individually to each of you, and that will help us when we get that to see what your priorities are so that we can focus on your priorities in that area. We would open a call for City of Goldsboro Impact Committee members. We have a community impact committee, and some of those individuals may be interested in supporting, but I recognize that we're going to be utilizing their time for our own efforts as well, so they may not be able to, or they may have a conflict of interest. So we'll be seeking out more volunteers as well. We'll create a separate campaign in our existing grant management software so that the City of Goldsboro will be able to have applications come through that software. We can receive supporting through it or reporting, and that way you will be able to see what the data is. We should be able to even identify through that software the participants that are being impacted, what district they are being served. So I'm hoping that we would be able to let you know that if it's in District 1, that 25 participants were impacted. So at that time, then, we would open up the application process for nonprofits to apply and invite the applicants to present to the committee. The committee would make recommendations to the council and to the finance committee to be able to fund those programs. Reporting would be required at the end of the year, which is where we would use that software so that we could see who was impacted and how. And then you'll notice also I have an area, and this is something that we have done with some of the other programs, for example, with the County of Wayne. There were a few nonprofits with the county when we worked with them that maybe had not had a program for very long because of COVID. They were starting their nonprofit at that time. So they recognized that the work was being done, but they didn't have a long time that they had had a program. And they wanted to be able to support them, but they also wanted to see the data. So for them, there were a few that were very new, so we offered them an opportunity to do the work and get us the receipts, and then they would be reimbursed. And that way they have time to develop their program and to develop their agency, but still be reimbursed for the work that they're doing in the community. So that's something that we would be interested in looking at through this program, and I just titled that Initial Impact Programs for Reimbursement. And at the end of the year, we would want to, the end of the fiscal year, to just reevaluate how this is working for you all, how it's working for United Way, and see if this is something that would work for continued partnership. So that is our proposal, so I'll open up for any questions you may have.
And just, you didn't speak to that, but just again, for the purpose of clarification and openness, your fee for providing this service is 10% of the allocated monies, is that correct?
That's correct. So listed, actually, maybe it's a little further down.
It's on your slide, but I wanted you to speak to that.
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm.
So, council members, you have any questions? Okay, we don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And
Thank you.
We
Thank
are
you.
going to hopefully come to a decision here at the April 3rd meeting as to
Okay.
which way we're going to go.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
I believe we have a representative from Wages present, do we? Ms. Jones? And I'll ask you to introduce yourself as well.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Tracy Jones. I am the Controller for Wages. On behalf of Ms. Patricia Beyer, she had a family emergency this morning, so I am stepping in on her behalf. I may not be as well prepared as she is, but I'm going to try to do my best. Okay. So, I think we have a slide. Just click. Okay, so the history of wages. President Johnson declared the war of poverty in the State of the Union address in 1964 in January. That same year, he signed Economic Opportunities. Wages was founded by the Charter of Wayne County Board of Commission in 1966. Wages vision and mission. Our vision is that everyone has an opportunity to achieve the ultimate potential. The mission is to provide opportunities and services to improve the equality of life in the community that we serve. Some programs that Wages actually have up under our umbrella right now, we have the weatherization program, Head Start, early Head Start. We have CSBG, self-sufficient program. We have our Meals on Wheels program. We have our senior companion, our foster grandparent, and child advocacy, just to name a few that we have. Our organization capacity, we provide the address community the needs of housing, food insecurity, early education, workforce development, economic development, child advocacy, senior services program, volunteer programs, and many, many more programs. Our organization capacity is to serve hundreds and thousands of residents in the Wayne County and surrounding area. Please forgive me because I'm very nervous. Wages has extensive experience in administering federal funds and their programs. A few of the ones that we manage is U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Agriculture, North Carolina Department of Environmental Qualities. We have Duke Energy, United Way, and we have many, many others that we have. Currently, we have about 20 different funding streams that we actually have right now. The contract administration, Wages currently and relevant experience contract administration includes annual distribution of more than $1.4 million in federal funds, and that is to partner with 3 of our child care centers in Wayne County. and that is through our Early Head Start program. Application process. All current grantees will be involved in to submit an application for funding. After that, each additional, we will have funding opportunities, which is RFA, will be published and available to the public. Any nonprofit that meets the funding criteria will be eligible to apply. The RFA will be released no later than 45 days after the application is due. The selection of process. All application will meet eligible criteria and that will be submitted, prescribed due date will be considered. A selection of criteria ranks will be used to determine the agencies that will be funded and to determine the award amount. These decisions will be based upon a pre-described metrics that will be provided by the city. The selection process will occur within 15 business days. The execution of our contracts. Once the funding is determined, all application will be notified of the decision. After that, the funding agency will receive notice of award 30 days prior to the start of the funding period. The funding agency will be instructed on invoicing processes. After that, invoices and quarterly outcome data should be submitted to wages by the 5th business day of the payment month. The payment month that we are proposing is October 15th, January 15th, April 15th, and June 30th. Execution of contracts. The outcome data will be reviewed quarterly and annually by wages to ensure successful implementation of contract services. And a biannual presentation will be presented to the city by wages. The fees. The fees will be our indirect cost rate, which is federally funded. Right now is 15.9%. That amount would be $23,850 to administer the $150,000 NPO award. That concludes my presentation. Is there any questions?
Just for clarity, Ms. Jones, that was a hypothetical situation there so far as the fees. We haven't designated what amount of money would be allocated, but it would be 15.9% of whatever that amount is. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just any questions on other members of the council? Again, as I said before. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Wages for all that they do for the community. I've been part of Meals on Wheels, and not only is it providing food, but it does provide fellowship for the seniors that are there. It's all by themselves, and when they see somebody bringing food in, they do get a chance to talk. And the senior program is really excellent. So I just want to thank you for all that you do for this community.
Thank you. I will let our CEO know. Thank you. Any more questions?
Ms. Jones, it's always good that someone can step in the place of a designated person and carry the banner, and you did a good job there.
Thank you.
And as I said before, the council is going to hopefully come back on the 3rd of April with a decision in which direction we're going to go. So thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is our boards and commission applications. We have 2 positions still that are vacant on our boards and applications, and I'm going to ask Ms. Getz to talk us through that, if you would, please.
Good evening, good afternoon, council. We have a couple of positions that are vacant right now. We have 2 on the mayor's committee for persons with disabilities. We have 2 vacant positions on the Historic District Commission. Both of those positions are alternates. We don't have a recommendation from the Historic District on their board, so we have 1 application that's available. It's a 3rd choice on that position. You have those in your helpers as well. All the applications as well.
the, go ahead.
And then for the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities, that committee has met and recommended 2 people, Angela Newsom and Tamara Wilder. So if y'all would like to discuss those, I can bring back a resolution, if y'all decide who y'all would like to appoint to the next meeting.
So on our Historic District Commission, we have no applicants.
We have one for historic.
Which one is that?
Fritz Knack is his 3rd choice,
Oh,
and that's the only application for that board that we have right now.
oh, yes, okay, got it. And we got 2 recommendations for the persons with disabilities.
Yes, sir. And that was both of their first choices.
All right. Well, council, you have the applications and the listings there. Are you prepared to make a decision, or do you want to study it and come back in April?
Would it be too much to go ahead and accept the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disability recommendation?
No, that would be fine.
And then if we need some more time for the other ones, but I would also like to recommend Mr. Fritz Knack for the Goldsboro Historic District as well.
Okay.
I agree with Ms. Matthews. I think we can go ahead and do 3 out of the 4 if
Okay.
the council's comfortable.
And if we could do a plea to the public to please apply for our boards and commissions, we desperately need some applications for any position.
So I'm hearing sort of a general interest in going ahead and filling 3 of these positions this evening.
Okay.
The names that were proposed already.
Okay. And I can bring a resolution back to the next meeting appointing those.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Also, before we move on,
Okay,
Mayor,
go ahead.
is it possible that some of the residents who applied for other boards that maybe were not accepted this time can be asked if they would like to serve on, since we already have their applications on file? Could we, I mean, it's a little bit extra legwork, but could we
That's
ask
fine.
them if they're interested in serving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you'll bring
Thank
back
you.
the resolution on the 3 that we sort of gave the heads nod to tonight.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then the next item is the LGC Financial Performance Indicators. Mr. Simon?
Yes, sir. Good evening, council. Changes in the North Carolina Administrative Code effective for all annual audits with fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021 and later require that the auditor, in our case Forbes, include in presentation to the governing board the values of financial performance indicators, and that the board provide a response within 60 days to the local government commission with a plan addressing each financial performance indicator of concern. I'd like to go over that information with you right now. The city finance director and I drafted a city response letter to the LGC that I sent to council members for consideration, along with the financial performance indicators of concern. The city had 3 FPICs: general fund, fund balance available, audit timeliness, and the city being on the unit assistance list. I'll go through the brief response to that now, and then if city council has any questions, I'll try to answer those, or we can make any adjustments as necessary. But I would like to get your approval on that tonight so we can send it in as able. So the fund balance available general fund, the city's result in FY21 was really nearly 14%, and the LGC recommends a minimum of 25%. I mentioned that during our retreat. The city council we have a 15% fund balance minimum right now. If the council would like to approach the 25% or adopt a different level, we can do that at a later time. But you may recall from FY21-22, we did increase our property tax rate from 65 cents per $100 valuation to 68 cents. Each cent generates about $250,000, so we expected to add $750,000 to our fund balance in fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. The city also cut spending on training, operations, and maintenance during COVID. And additionally, the city utilized the American Rescue Plan to pay a portion of our personnel costs, which would have otherwise taken funding that we could not buy capital with. So I think the city has done a great deal to bring our fund balance up. I think we're going to be above 15% in fiscal year 21-22, when we will more closely approach the 25% in 22-23, but that remains to be seen. We also have the general fund general performance indicator of audit timeliness. As you know, we've been late on our audits. The 21 audit was done at the council retreat, and we hope to have the next audit done by July 31st or middle of August. So we are forwarding that information to the LGC, and then we hope to be on time with our submission for the FY 22-23 audit, which would be the 1st of December 2023. The council has taken a lot of steps to help make this happen, to include over the past 2 years adding 7 full-time personnel to the finance department for purchasing, inventory, accounts receivable, accounts payable, and payroll, to allow the financial tasks to be accomplished in a timely manner. Difficulty in filling these positions did slow our progress, as well as additional workload from ARPA funding, CRF funding, Office of State Auditors work. So we've been busy there, but I think we can get this done in a timely manner going forward. We're also potentially asking council to consider in the next budget contracting accounting personnel as necessary to get those jobs done. And then the last financial performance indicator was the unit assistance list. The city was put on the unit assistance list for being late with our audits. Once we get our audits caught up and once our fund balance is above 15%, hopefully approaching the 25%, we can send a letter back to the LGC and they will take us off the unit assistance list. That timeline remains TBD, but hopefully we can do that over the next year. So the letter is before council. I'd like to get your signatures on that tonight, but I'm prepared, along with the finance director, to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, this letter is important to the LGC to state our concerns and pathways, how we move forward. And I hope the council will support this letter and also sign it. Your signature is required.
Yes, sir, along with mine and the finance directors.
Yeah, so any questions or?
Mayor, and this is to Madam Director and Mr. Manager. This is the same conversation on the same documents that we've been having to have over the last couple of years, and having to document remedial actions that happened in the past as we've been trying to fix this domino effect that Madam Director walked into and has had to work to resolve. This upcoming audit, are y'all feeling pretty confident that this one will be on schedule and that we will have finally gotten these dominoes stacked back up? Or what do you need to ensure that we can get to that point?
Catherine, do you have any comments you might want to add? As I stated in my statement, I think we're going to get done with the FY 21-22 audit in the end of July, middle of August. Catherine is working overlapping budget cycles all the time, from execution to audits. So she's probably already wrapping up, she's wrapped up the 21-22 information. She just needs to get it to the auditors, and then she'll have to finish out the 22-23 stuff in June timeline, and she'll be working that simultaneously while they're finishing the 21-22 audit, so that we can get onto that very quickly and get that done by December 1st. If it's delayed, it may be delayed, but we'll do our best to meet that timeline. Catherine?
And I do ask that question with a fair amount of compassion, acknowledging that you're trying to manage a current budget while preparing a next year's budget, while cleaning up the aforementioned dominoes, pardon the metaphor, but I think everyone can visually understand where I'm going with that. Trying to get those suckers stood back up is intense. But the question remains, do we feel pretty confident that we're finally going to be able to get them standing?
I feel like July, August, we're at the mercy of the auditors too. We have to fit into their schedule.
Their industry's shot. They're out of people too.
It is, and ARPA has not helped things because it's pulled a lot of auditors into new audits, and we've had a mass exodus out of the CPA profession for those performing audits. That's not been easy. Even our auditor said he has had dozens of proposals across his desk that he hasn't even looked at because they just simply do not have the capacity to do it. I've also included in our budget request coming up in '24 some additional time for contract labor to help me get things wound up if I need them. And some of that remains to be seen. We have a lot. We have a heavy lift in the finance department. We just now have gotten fully staffed again. So, we've got a little bit of a learning curve, so, we're having to do double duty. But we're going to attempt to do our best to get it by the end of July, if not by the middle of August, and then hopefully be on time or somewhere close into to December. But y'all have to remember, Thanksgiving and Christmas impact the accounting profession, so sometimes that timing gets a little off. So I am feeling better. I think we've gotten a lot of processes and procedures in place. We've shored up a lot of things that weren't being done in record keeping. So I think the set of books that we are producing today, I think they're good, and I think that will stand that test whenever the auditors come in. I think it'll show that. But yes, we're trying to plan for that in the upcoming budget, and then also allocating our staff resources as well.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
that has been my grave concern, is the timely manner of the audits. And I noticed that we said we've hired 7 new people in your area to assist. And is there anything else that we can do? Because I know it's very important for us to have our audits and to have them on time.
The only thing that you don't have is another person like myself. Okay, so there is no backup for me. So you're just dependent on me pushing forward and keeping on working. So, that would be the only thing. Is like when we talk about succession planning and the managers had us working on that, there is no replacement for myself or my assistant director. That's something that is not a now thing, because we need to get things caught up, and that's our sole focus. But just as a council, y'all have to think about, not just as the finance director, but all of your directors. Do you have a succession plan in place? Are you doing things to help foster keeping employees here, wanting to stay here and move up through the system, so that you've got that next crop of leaders there? That would be my only comment about that.
Well, and I understand that, and I know that they're not going to, the 7 people that you probably hired do not have the qualifications that you do have, but have you entertained the thought of maybe kind of helping, pull one of those 7 out that could possibly help you do some of the things that you could do, so you could kind of clone yourself a little bit?
I would be more, we're trying, and part of that challenge is just trying to get fully staffed. And I'll be honest, and I'm sure my fellow department heads will say this, is wages have been a tremendous barrier for us, because trying to get that candidate that you're talking about with the wage levels that we are, it's hard to attract folks like that. So can the people do it? Yes, but it's going to, like you said, you've got to be able to have time to pass off tasks so you can start mentoring. So I think once we get the audits caught up, that does allow me more time to spend with others on my staff. And I do encourage cross-training. I'm trying to work through some of those processes right now, so that we can get other staff that have talents, and maybe kind of find out who might be interested in some other jobs, so that when promotional opportunities come up, they have that opportunity to jump into that position ready and able to go. Does that help?
Question?
Okay.
So, Ms. Simon, where will this letter be available for our councilman?
Clerk has it, sir.
Okay, so you could sign it tonight. Any other comments or questions? Okay, at this time, we have completed our work session, and we still have about 58 minutes left on the calendar, so I'm going to move into the consent agenda items.
Downtown event venue rental fee update and resolution. Ms. Fonseca.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have item K on your consent agenda this evening. As you said, downtown event venue rental fee update and resolution. This was shared, as you'll recall, with you all at the February retreat. With your approval, however, a resolution is required to update the fee schedule, so that's what I'm doing here today. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the February presentation before the recommendation. The Hub is an outdoor public park-like amenity in downtown Goldsboro, which can be reserved for special events and activities. The 28,000 square foot space was designed to serve the community with restroom facilities, seating and charging stations, as well as a 30 by 20 stage, electrical hookups, and lighted power pedestals for food vendors. The Hub is open to the public with operating hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, for private events, the space must be reserved in advance and all rental guidelines followed. The rental fees are as followed. Tier 1, $500. Tier 2, $400. Tier 3, $300. And that third tier is reserved for nonprofit hosted events. All reservations require a $100 refundable damage deposit and a certificate of insurance. Adjacent to the Hub, as you've heard tonight, is a vacant grass lot, which is affectionately referred to as Freedom Field, so that's what we're going with. Typically, this lot is used for overflow event parking and is occasionally requested as part of a Hub event rental. Currently, there are no special rental requirements for use of Freedom Field other than the completion of a special event application and a $25 application fee. Staff recommends updating the event venue fee structure to include Freedom Field. Freedom Field event reservations will include the Hub with a $100 rental fee added to the Hub fee schedule. All events will require a $100 refundable damage deposit and a certificate of insurance. This recommendation was adopted by motion at the February 23rd council retreat. However, again, the resolution is needed to amend the special event fee schedule. It is recommended by motion to adopt the attached resolution supporting the adoption of an updated special event venue fee rental schedule. Any questions?
Any questions? Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Catherine has a contract for subscription services for GASB 87 and 96.
This will absolutely put y'all to sleep, okay? I'm sorry. It's just the stuff we have to deal with. So our Association of Governmental and Accounting Standards Boards, they issued GASB 87 leases effective for audits ending June, and actually that's 2022, not 2023, I apologize. And what it does is it establishes a single model for lease accounting based on the foundational principles that leases are really financing. GASB issued statement number 96, which is called Subscription-Based Information Technology Arrangements Effective for Audits ending June 30. It is 2023, so I had my years off, I apologize. And this statement provides guidance on accounting and financial reporting for subscription-based information technology arrangements, affectionately referred to as SBITAs, for government end users. Debt Book actually provides debt portfolio management for the city as part of its platform of services. So what we're getting and what this contract is for the GASB 87 accounting. So we don't have staff that professionally can do this, and I don't have time. So basically, we've got a cloud-based software that's going to provide the GASB 87 accounting and tracking that I need. And then also to do the GASB 96, the SBITAs. And then we also have debt portfolio management. It's just an online platform where we can see our debt and our payments and things like that. So they offered the city a 2-year subscription, and since this was more than $10,000 and it covered multiple years, we felt like it needed to go to council for your approval. The first year is $12,500, second year is $17,500 for a total of $30,000. So tonight I'm asking you to adopt a resolution to award the contract to Debt Book and for the city staff to be able to sign that contract and move forward.
Any questions? Yes, sir.
Irony aside, is this coming from fund balance?
So this is going to be in the next fiscal year, so it'll
Okay.
be in the budget.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions,
I
comments?
just didn't want to commit the funds without council's approval.
Makes total sense. Just making sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. My next item is the award for the contract for audit services for fiscal year ending June 30, 2022 to Forvis. General Statute 15934 requires an annual independent audit for each local government. In May of 2019, the city conducted a request for qualifications, and we selected Dixon Hughes Goodman LLP as the provider of those audit services. In June of 2022, they merged with BKD CPAs to form Forvis. Forvis, the firm, is active and in good standing with North Carolina State Board of Certified Public Accountant Examiners. The partner in charge, John Frank, a CPA, is also active and in good standing. They have a current peer review, and they have provided us all of their paperwork that they need for us to do business with them. And once the City Council approves this resolution tonight, the contract will be executed, and the mayor and myself will have to sign it. It will be sent to the local government commission for their final approval before any field work can actually start. We're expecting field work to start in June. So tonight we're asking you to adopt the attached resolution to award the contract for audit services for fiscal year ending June 30, 2022 to Forvis LLP.
Any question on that item? Okay, you're still up.
Okay. So my next one is to accept or reject the initial bid and authorize finance to advertise for upset bids for 506 South Leslie Street to Matthew Hill. We've received an offer to purchase a piece of city-county owned property, and council must either accept or reject that offer in accordance with General Statute 168-266 and 168-269. The offerer is Matthew Hill. The offer was $3,445. The bid deposit was $172.25, which was received in the form of a personal check, but the offer is actually coming from the individual, Mr. Hill. The tax value is $6,890, and it is showing as zoning R6. The offer is at least 50% of the tax value, and we have received a 5% bid deposit. So at this time, I would just ask the council to either accept or reject the offer on 506 South Leslie Street.
Okay, so you heard the presentation, so we need a motion to accept or reject the initial bid and authorize the finance director to advertise for upset bids. Is there a motion for such?
You made a motion.
You made the motion. Motion is made and second. Any discussion? Not all in favor, please signify by a show of hands.
Who seconded that motion?
Yeah.
You second?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, we can continue on.
Okay, thank you. So my next agenda item is a resolution to waive and write off tax liens on paving special assessments beyond the 10-year statute of limitations. This is the first time I have ever brought anything about a write-off to before the City Council. It is unusual. We don't do it that often. So just to give you a little background and to give the public a little background, the City Council authorized the levying of paving special assessment rolls as recommended by the Engineering Department under the power that's granted by North Carolina General Statute 160A-216, Article 10. When the rolls were adopted between 1982 and 2001, a provision for holding some of the assessments, the paving assessments, in abeyance was included. The reason given in the ordinance that we could see was due to unusually shaped lots, small lots, undevelopable lots, unless combined with adjacent property, undeveloped lots located within special flood hazard areas or state-owned property. Now, we had to consult with UNC School of Government, and we were informed that paving assessments do not qualify for abeyance. So what was done in those ordinances between 82 and 2001 was not correct. And because only water and sewer assessments qualify for an abeyance, and abeyance basically places a hold on collection. So, we function off of the Machinery Act. So like your property taxes, Machinery Act, if you don't pay them, then they can advertise, and then they can come and seize your property and sell it on the courthouse steps. So that's Machinery Act. And basically abeyance holds that 10-year collection period. It almost like it freezes it in time. So once the abeyance is lifted, so we decide to develop the property, the person sells it, then they have to pay the abeyance. Well, you can do that in water and sewer assessments, but you cannot do it on paving. That is not allowed by North Carolina general statutes. And that assessments part, that's in 160A-237. So when we found this out, the finance staff and the engineering staff got together. Ms. Jessie McLean went through a lot of records to identify these paving special assessments that were placed in abeyance. The list that you have is what we are aware of, okay? So she's given us the list, we've reviewed it, and so what we've done tonight is we've presented a resolution to council for you to actually allow finance to write these off, okay? Because the abeyance period is past the 10-year statute of limitations. We can't collect them even if we want to, okay? So we're asking for your permission and the authority to actually write these assessments off. The total was $35,304.16. The list that's provided in the resolution, it includes the address, the time the assessment was made, so that you can tell we are definitely past the 10-year statute. So I've provided that resolution and write-off of the tax liens on the paving special assessments in your package tonight. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Any question? I have to tell you, council members, that when I sat down with the manager and finance director and we discussed this was a really eye-opening issue. The dollar value is not that great, but the history here is really interesting. Mm-hmm. And statute of limitations and all the other things that come into this. Yeah. So I got a real education on this. So any other questions? Okay, continue.
All right, so my last item, I have an operating budget amendment for fiscal 23. Just real quickly, the Paramount Theater, they received a grant from South Arts for the Yolanda Rabin presentation on June 17th and June 18th of 2022 in the amount of $6,244. And this revenue will be appropriated and applied to the performance series expense line item for the Paramount. In garage, the outside repairs line item is currently depleted, and the director, Mr. Rick Fletcher, has requested an increase of $50,000 to fund the line item until the end of the fiscal year. This will be funded with an increase in garage service credits, which is an internal billing account that we use to as a revenue offset for this line item. In the cemetery received a donation from the estate of Ann H. Scott for cemetery care and maintenance. And Mr. Fletcher asked that this be applied to the supplies line item in the cemetery division in the amount of $900. In Public Works Solid Waste, on March the 8th, 2023, the garbage vehicle W1348, which is a 2010 auto car, was destroyed in a fire behind the Wells Fargo building on Spence Avenue. Mr. Fletcher will be presenting a request to replace the vehicle in order to keep the commercial solid waste division operational. An appropriation of $400,000 is recommended to purchase a garbage truck and will be funded with an appropriation or a reduction in contingency. We don't know at this time what the insurance proceeds might be. We are still glad, my staff is still gathering claims costs for the various businesses and the apartments that are surrounding the area, but just as an FYI to the council. And I also included a reimbursement resolution in the event that the city decides to borrow against this garbage truck. It's in place, and it's just an FYI for you. There's no action for you, just to know it's just a reimbursement resolution. In Parks and Recreation, at the November 21st, 2022 meeting, council approved $55,000 to fund roof repairs at the T.C. Coley building. An appropriation is recommended for the Parks and Recreation capital line item, and it will be funded with a reduction in the contingency line item in the same amount of $55,000. And in discussing with the city manager, they are looking at possible funding through federal funding with HUD, with CDBG. So if that does come to fruition, this appropriation will not be used. The money will lapse, and then the money rolls back into fund balance. Okay, so just want you to know that. As always, I give you an analysis with the general fund, the fund balance contingency. With the $400,000 and the $55,000 appropriation, the original adopted contingency was a little over $1,075,000. We've taken from it to pay for golf carts, and we had CDBG payback for the monitoring letter. With this additional $455,000, this reduces that contingency down to $277,000. So that's just that ballpark estimate of what gets plowed back into your fund balance, your general fund balance. So, just it is what it is. So I just present that to you so that you at least understand where that extra is going. On fund balance appropriated, it has not changed. It's still $1.194 million, which is primarily comprised of purchase order rollovers, which occurred mainly because of supply chain issues with the city. Next, in public utilities, I actually have some good news. So, because we always come up here asking for money. We received on November 15th, 2022, the final payment for Hurricane Matthew. It was about $428,000, and it was for the work done on Project 897 for the Westbrook and Highway 117 pump station. This, thank God, represents the final payment for Hurricane Matthew. And just FYI, Hurricane Matthew struck eastern North Carolina on October 8th, 2016, and this is 2023. The initial project estimates for the 12 FEMA projects was $4.1 million. The actual cost reimbursements from FEMA were $3.8 million. Insurance reimbursements totaled about $395,000 for a total of $4.2 million. The project is now officially closed with FEMA, and when you think about if your general fund balance is, let's say, $5 million, it costs $4.2 million. Now, bear in mind, some of this is utility fund too, but this is why you have reserves, is so that you can get your city up and running when an emergency strikes. And like I said, my staff's been dealing with this, and the former director has dealt with it since 2016, and you just now saw this project close. So when we get involved with things like FEMA or ARPA or whatever, we hold hands for a really, really long time. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. But thank goodness we're there, and we're $428,000. That is not, we're just appropriating it to contingency, so that's going to help roll into that utilities fund balance. So that's good news, I think, for the council. In the capital outlay, the Public Utilities Director, Mr. Sherman, is going to present a request for an additional $43,000 from Utility Capital Reserve to fund a Bay 8 enclosure because the bids came in quite a bit higher. So the total project cost is going to be $70,000, but he already has $27,000 of that in place. And so I did provide you an analysis at the end of that memo, the Utility Capital Reserve. We started out at basically $1.5 million. We've allocated about $804,000, so there's about $700,000 left for future capital projects in the utility fund. So I have attached the ordinance to amend the FY23 operating budget based on those items. And I did want to say I had the wrong line item on the, I had it as charges for services. It's actually outside agency funding because it's federal money should be. So I'll get that ordinance corrected and get that to Ms. Laura. So. Any questions?
That concludes Ms. Catherine's. Is there any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay.
Next is item Q, change order number 1, price change for bulk storage tank.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. How are you doing today? Yes, in fiscal year 23 budget, Council approved the replacement of the caustic soda bulk storage tank at the WRF. The amount adopted was $118,450. The original quote did not include sales tax. Council adopted resolution 2022-116 during the December 5th, 2022 meeting and authorized the city manager to execute the contract with Dellinger Inc. to replace the caustic storage tank. The original contract amount had a price increase on the materials of $8,202, which did not include sales tax. The contract did not include sales tax for the material used in the project, which is an additional $8,549.01. Staff recommends issuing a change order to increase the contract amount to include the sales tax and the increase of the bulk storage tank. Finance will request a tax refund in 2023 to recoup the taxes. Total amount requested is $16,751.01, which would put the contract price at $135,201.01. It is recommended that the City Council adopt the attached resolution authorizing the change order to contract Dillinger for the bulk storage tank replacement at the WRF. Any questions? And the one that Ms. Catherine just spoke of is the use of public capital reserve to assist funding for the capital project of including Bay 8 at the compost facility. The City of Goldsboro's Public Utilities Department has approved a fiscal year 22-23 budget for the capital improvement project of compost Bay 8 enclosure. Additional funding is required to complete this project. The Utility Capital Reserve Fund was established in fiscal year 22-23 to fund capital improvement projects. The fiscal 22-23 budget funded the Bay 8 enclosure project for $27,000. Individual quotes came in over the $3,000 threshold that required the project to go out for bid. The total fund requirement for this project is estimated to be about $70,000. Staff recommends the council to approve the use of the Public Utilities Capital Reserve Fund in the amount of $43,000 to provide an additional funding required to complete the budget capital project, with this total fund required being $70,000. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Public Works Director Fletcher requests purchase a new front-end loader.
Yes, sir. Evening, Mayor, Council. Hope everyone's
Yes,
doing
sir.
well. Request authorization to purchase a new front loader truck. As Ms. Gwynn mentioned previously, we did have one catch on fire March 8th, and it has been deemed a total loss. It was a 2010 year model and the top priority on Public Works Department's equipment CIP to be replaced in FY24. Due to its age and poor mechanical condition, it had already been removed from daily operations and only used as a backup when other trucks were inoperable or in for maintenance. The city's solid waste commercial dumpster operations requires 3 front loader refuse trucks to meet current customer requirements, including Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. 2 trucks are required to run routes daily just to keep up with the normal operations. There are times that all 3 are needed to keep up as well. To help stay on schedule, but the 3rd truck is typically kept as a backup, as this one was. It isn't uncommon for one truck to be out of service for several days waiting on diagnostics, repairs, parts, etc., especially this day and age with the parts reliability. So a 3rd truck is essential to ensure operations stay on schedule. Operating without a 3rd front loader is not an option if we want to ensure the city can continue to provide quality service long-term and not lose customers. Renting a front loader will cost approximately $15,000 a month and is not a long-term solution. A new front loader costs $375,000 plus tax, tag, title, etc., or approximately $400,000. There will be some funds we expect from the insurance settlement, but as Ms. Gwynn stated, we aren't quite sure what they will be. I estimated between $50,000 and $75,000. We won't know until that paperwork is provided. The recommendation is by motion, approve the purchase of a new front loader for $400,000 through a general fund transfer, which Ms. Gwynn presented earlier. Any questions?
Gotta have it.
Gotta have it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Mr. Croom's got 2 items.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. 2 items for you tonight from engineering. The first one is item T, Tango. We've got 2 speed limit zones that DOT has requested us catching up with as far as our concurring ordinances. You'll see in the discussion part, there's a 45-mile-an-hour zone and a 50-mile-an-hour zone there. Right next to each other on Arrington Bridge Road, starting at Westbrook Road, heading down towards Pecan Road, which is near our water reclamation facility. So essentially, this is just cleaning up that ordinance, a concurring ordinance with DOT, so that we're all on the same page and it can be enforced. Any questions with that? Pretty easy one. All right, so item U, a little bit more complicated, a little bit more frustrating probably. We have 2 change orders that we need for our Phase 4 sanitary sewer rehabilitation project. Change order number 21 is the second part of change order 21. Originally, in October of 2021, City Council approved the change order for $54,000 due to changes on that line item of the project. Once the project was completed, that had we had increased the number of construction items needed, point repairs needed for that line item, which increased it an additional $42,000. So we're asking you to approve the change order 21 for a total of $96,000. That's the bad news. The good news is change order number 23, which is our final adjusting change order. Essentially, when you account for all the overruns and underruns for the project, the total project is a decrease in cost of $66,829.82. So despite change order 21, that increase, we did decrease the project overall. So it is a net decrease. So staff's recommendation is to approve both of those change orders for a net decrease. Yay. Any questions?
Okay,
Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we've got the chief of police with 4 street closures.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Got item V on the agenda is the Unity Music Festival temporary street closure. The Unity Musical Festival is a concert sponsored by Dream Beyond Fears. The event will host jazz performers bringing people together for a positive purpose in Goldsboro. The event will be hosted at the Freedom Field and the Hub from 2 p.m. until 10 p.m. The Dream Beyond Fears is requesting the closure of the north and southbound lanes of South Center Street from Spruce Street to Chestnut Street from 12 p.m. until 10 p.m. The Police Department, Downtown Goldsboro, Public Works, and Parks and Recreations have been notified of this request. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for Police Department traffic control. A 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the Police Department. The Police and Fire Department are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. Certificate of insurance meeting city requirements will be provided in advance of the event to the City Finance Director and City Manager. It is recommended that the council approve the requested temporary street closure of the north and southbound lanes of Center Street as stated above for the Unity Music Festival on Sunday, May 28th, 2023 from 12 p.m. until 10 p.m. Any questions? Okay.
Okay, sir, you have next one?
I do. Item W, the Wayne County Crime Stoppers Caper Chase temporary street closing. An application was received from the Goldsboro Wayne Crime Stoppers requesting permission to hold their 3rd annual Wayne Crime Stoppers Caper Chase on Saturday, June 10th, 2023 from 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. This event is to support the Goldsboro Wayne Crime Stoppers program. The race is scheduled to begin at Spruce Street on Center Street and between Chestnut Street and Spruce Street on Center Street and runs through the downtown area of Walnut Street, out to Jefferson Street and Mulberry Street. The Police Department, Downtown Goldsboro, Public Works, and Parks and Recreation departments have been notified of this request. The race has 3 race routes that we'll be using for the 10K, 5K, and the 1 mile runs. All 3 routes will start and finish in the same area and will have staggered start times. The time requested for the closing is from 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Staff recommends approval of this request subject to the following conditions. All intersections remain open for Police Department traffic control. 14-foot fire lane is maintained in the center of the street to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the Police Department. The Police, Fire, Public Works, Downtown Goldsboro offices are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. It is recommended that the council approve the street closing of sections of Center Street and Pine Street, Spruce Street, Chestnut Street, Walnut Street, and Mulberry Street for the 3rd annual Wayne Crime Stoppers Caper Chase on Saturday, June 10th from 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Questions? Item X, Alive Because He's Alive, temporary street closure. The Higher Calling Ministries is hosting a community event for the outreach of the church to connect with the community, building community within the community. This event will be hosted at Tehillah Church Ministries and the Higher Calling Ministries located at Madison Avenue and Beach Street from 12 p.m. until 3:30 p.m. The Higher Calling Ministries is requesting the closure of a section of the 1700 block of East Beach Street from 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. There are no residential driveways on this section of East Beach Street. The police, public works, park and recreation have been notified of this request. As with all downtown or all events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for the police department traffic control. 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire department are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the events. Certificate of insurance meeting city requirements will be provided in advance of the event to the city finance director and city manager. It is recommended that the council approve the requested temporary street closure for the section of the 1700 block of East Beach Street, as stated above, for the Alive Because He's Alive community event on Saturday, April 8th, 2023, from 9:30 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Any questions?
Continue on, sir.
Fine. Annual Hal K. Plunk Awareness Walk, Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities Awareness Walk, temporary street closure. The Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disability is responsible for planning, conducting, and publicizing activities designed to promote the employment and well-being of people with disabilities. The Hal Plunk Advisability Awareness Walk is one of the community's annual events. This event will be hosted at the Hub from 10 a.m. till 12 p.m. The Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities is requesting the closure of East Chestnut Street between Center and John Street from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. The police, downtown Goldsboro, Public Works, and Parks and Recreation have been notified of this request. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for the police department traffic control. 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire departments are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. Certificate of insurance meeting city requirements will be provided in advance of the event to the city finance director and city manager. It is recommended that the council approve the requested temporary street closure of East Chestnut Street between Center Street and John Street as stated above for the annual Hal K. Plunk Awareness Walk, Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disability Awareness Walk on May 3rd, 2023 from 9:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
3 planning items, Mr. Austin Brinkley.
Good evening, Mr. Brinkley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first planning item that we have tonight is the final decision for Special Use 123. Council reviewed and had the public hearing for this special use item February 6, 2023. That public hearing was closed and the decision was made, so this is not eligible for any further discussion. Council needs to review the order to approve and Mayor Ham shall sign the order.
Questions?
Next item tonight is the non-contiguous or satellite annexation petition for the property located on the southwest corner of US Highway 70 and NC 581. This went through a rezoning last year for the future site of the Wawa gas station, if you remember that one. This came before council on January the 23rd, where council instructed the clerk to certify sufficiency for this. On February the 15th, the city clerk provided the planning department with that certificate of sufficiency. The next step in this process is to set the public hearing date for this, which is attached, which would be April the 3rd. And so at this time, we're looking for a motion to schedule that public hearing for the proposed voluntary non-contiguous annexation for this. If there's any questions on this one.
Any questions?
And the final item tonight, this is a contiguous annexation petition for New Hope Place LLC located on the north side of Kyler Best Road between Oxford Boulevard and Glenda's Drive. This is in our ETJ, so it is contiguous. Site plans were approved back in September of last year for a 80-unit apartment complex. Tonight we're asking council to direct the city clerk to certify sufficiency on this, and then at that time we can bring it back to council to set a public hearing if sufficiency's been determined.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Brinkley.
Okay, item CC is a resolution approving a memorandum of agreement relating to the settlement of opioid litigation.
Council, you may remember before there was a settlement that was reached previously with some manufacturers and distributors. The opioid drugs problems it's caused in a great many communities and cities across our state and across the country. As a result, there's been some settlements reached. Wave 1 was already reached previously, and the council already approved the signing and the passing of the resolution and the intent to participate with Wayne County in those settlement funds, which those are going to be distributed out over about an 18-year period. The second wave of settlements has come through. At this point, there could be some more in the future. This wave is going to provide a little over $5 million to the county, which the county gets to distribute among the different cities in the county. This wave is with some of the retailers. So this is with Walgreens, Walmart, and those other retailers like that. They were greatly involved in distributing the opioids themselves. So just asking you to approve and given the authorities to those agreements, memorandum of agreements, and all can be executed on the city's behalf. Participate, we will receive some funds. Just not sure when yet. Andrew Neal and I talked about it last week. He's not sure when, but you know, the settlement enables us to get some of these funds.
I believe, I said in a meeting a few months ago about opioid settlement. And I believe the county is required to have some interaction with the cities within the county.
Correct.
Have you heard of any dates set for that?
I don't have the dates set for interactions, but they are required to meet with the cities once they have a little more information about when the funds are going to be available and how they could sort of split those up.
Okay. Any questions on this item? Okay, thank you.
And the last item is your department monthly report, sir.
Council members had an opportunity to see the department monthly reports. Are there any comments or questions you might have? If not, it looks like it's around 6:40, and we're going to, unless there's any further discussion, we'll recess the meeting until 7 o'clock. 7 p.m. on this day of March 20th. This is the Goldsboro City Council regular business meeting called to order. And at this time, I would like the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Present.
Councilwoman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Broadway,
Present.
Councilwoman Matthews,
Present.
Councilman Gaylor,
Present.
Councilman Batts.
Here.
Okay, we're all here. We've got a busy schedule tonight, so we're going to go right into it. With the first item being the approval of minutes. We have a series of minutes. So there are minutes for the work session and regular meeting of February 6, 2023.
Invocation and pledge.
I'm sorry. We're about to have a prayer before the night, so please stand up, Bob. Bishop Flavin, come on up, sir. And the Pledge of Allegiance will follow this, by the way.
No problem. Grace and peace, God. Let us pray together. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this moment that we can come together with the meeting of the minds. Father, we thank you for these who have been selected by our votes to let them represent us. Father, touch those that are part of this city, God, that are meant to help us. And even the voices of the citizens of the city. Let us be heard today. Let us be able to reason together as your scriptures commanded. Father, we thank you for what you're about to do. We speak peace. We speak love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Bishop. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into the minutes, some of those who just came in, let me remind you that if you wish to speak in the public comment period tonight, there's a sign-in sheet over here. Please come over and sign in. If you haven't signed in, you will not be allowed to speak. So please do so. Now we'll get back to the agenda. So we have the minutes of the work session and regular meeting of February 6, 2023. And we have the minutes of the council retreat, February 22 through 23 of this year. And we have the minutes of the special meeting on March 14th, 2023. Those are the three minutes, sets of minutes that the council has. If you had an opportunity to review them, which I think you have, could I have a motion to accept the minutes as prepared?
So moved. Second.
The motion was made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, motion's carried. The minutes are approved. We have some presentations tonight, so we're going to get started into those. And I'm going to ask Councilman Gaylor to begin.
Thank you, Mayor. First resolution is numbered 2023-12, is a resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by James Chester as an employee of the City of Goldsboro for more than 21 years. Whereas James Chester retires on April 1st, 2023 as a fleet maintenance superintendent with more than 21 years of service with the Goldsboro Public Works Department, and whereas James began his career on October 10, 2001 as a fleet maintenance supervisor with the Public Works Department. And whereas on January 20th, 2008, James was promoted to Fleet Maintenance Superintendent with the Public Works Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas James has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro. And whereas the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro of expressing to James Chester their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to James Chester our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the City of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this, the 20th day of March, 2023.
Mr. Chester here? Come on down, sir. Come on up here front. So, you know, one of the biggest contributors to success of this city is the employees that provide the services for the people that live here. And all aspects of the services, everything from garbage, picking up garbage to paying the bills to parks and recreation. All of these events depend on people like this gentleman here. And we have people actively employed that have been here in an extent of 40 years, down to some that's just started with them a few weeks ago. But these long-timers, old-timers, I can say that. They are the ones that have that institutional knowledge. They're the ones that keep things going, and they train those new people that come in. They critique them as they work. They provide the expertise and oversight that we deem as part of our trying to have the best level of service that we can. And sir, I will tell you, there are lots of people that are moving in and out of the city in terms of employment I'm talking about. You're one that we hate to see leave. Again, you've had that history here, that institutional knowledge, and we hate to see you go. We really do. And I'm going to, this has been read already, and I'm going to ask Mr. Fletcher to come up here. His expertise with a cell phone camera is not that good. Wait a minute, you're not going any place yet? You got to speak? You want me to speak? No, right. He's going to speak for you then. I'm good.
I think we're going to miss him. I'm definitely going to miss him. He did a lot of extra stuff besides just keeping the fleet operational and running. He's definitely going to be sorely missed. I hate to see him go. He's running out now. But he's definitely going to sorely be missed and hard to replace. So he's definitely been a major contribution to the
Good luck, sir!
Oh, my God.
Okay, I need a motion to adopt that into our minutes.
Move to adopt. Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to come back down because this is special to me. They're all special, but this is very special. I'm going to read it down here. We have with us tonight a gentleman that I've had the privilege of knowing now for a few years. He's seated up here at the front. Come on up here and turn around.
He's in the drive.
Face that way there. All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dennis Stevenson. He's an employee, retired employee of Seymour Johnson, civilian employee. This is his son. And over here, Colonel McElhaney, this is his boss. And Dennis had 40 plus years at Seymour Johnson. He's been instrumental in working with the city and how we interact with the base in terms of projects and so forth. And I had the privilege to attend his retirement party, little ceremony last month, and it was a heartwarming event to have these individuals, his colleagues, his former base commanders and so forth there to recognize the service of this gentleman here. I read a proclamation or resolution last month, and we have another one that I want to read. I want to bring this person down outside the base in the public, for the public to see him and understand that had it not been for an unfortunate situation last year, he would still be out at the base working today. Right, Dennis? Okay. Resolution number 2023. Resolution expressing appreciation to Mr. Dennis Gibson. Whereas Dennis Gibson has numerous accomplishments and has provided notable service to the city of Goldsboro and Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and whereas Dennis Gibson has been our principal base liaison and our go-to person for information and assistance, and has been instrumental in many of the joint projects that have improved our city, and whereas Dennis Goodson played a critical role in the partnership agreement between the Goldsboro and the United States Air Force to construct the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex and provide the F-4 static display, and whereas Dennis Goodson has supported and contributed to our biannual air show and annual Freedom Festival, which supports our nation's military and is attended by thousands of visitors to Goldsboro, and whereas Dennis Goodson has focused on creating more off-base housing for the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base airmen, and the development of the Air Force first public school on base, and whereas Dennis Goodson has always been ready to serve, whether it be on the North Carolina Military Affairs Commission, the city's Metropolitan Planning Organization, or assisting with other base city events, and whereas Dennis Goodson's can-do attitude towards city officials and city staff has been appreciated and valued to address the needs of airmen and citizens, and whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro to say thank you and commend Dennis Goodson for his leadership, commitment, and willingness to work in support of our one community concept. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Dennis Goodson our appreciation and gratitude for his unselfish, devoted, and invaluable service to the city of Goldsboro. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this 20th day of March 2023. Dennis. And this is his son here, Dennis has left Goldsboro recently. I think he's settled in now, is that correct? Yes, and lives up in Wendell, next to you, close to you anyway. Mm-hmm. And we hate to lose Dennis because, we saw him a lot, quite frankly, when he was here. And he met with us, and he traveled with us to meetings at both in-state and out-of-state. He was a great supporter of Goldsboro. His liaison between Goldsboro and the base is going to be hard to replace. You take 40 years of experience there. I was talking about before, the institutional knowledge. That goes away with him to a certain extent. I'm going to ask Colonel McElhaney, do you want to say anything, ma'am? You weren't prepared, but I'm going to ask you for
I'll be quick because I gave a very long, farewell to Dennis last month. But as Mayor Ham said, Dennis was a staple at our base for many, many years. Started out in our civil engineering squadron, pretty much built much of the base that you see today and preserved much of the older parts of it. But he is greatly missed at our base, and he will be very, very hard to replace. And we, as we tell Dennis every day, We expect to see him still around, and I'm sure this town is not still seeing the last of him either, and neither has our base. So, but thank you, Dennis, for everything you have done for the base, and as Mayor Ham said, for the city as well. So thank you.
Do you have anything you want to say?
What I learned a long time ago, what's good for the airmen and families on the base is good for the citizens of the city of Goldsboro. So a rising tide raises all boats. So improvements that we can make to the city of Goldsboro help the airmen and families at the base as well.
Thank you, sir. And he's going to stick around for a while. Okay, we have another presentation, and Councilwoman Jones will read this. Pardon? Okay, right. Okay, I need adoption of the resolution for Mr. Goodson.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? All in favor of adopting, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Jones.
Okay. Ms. Peer, do you want to come down now or wait till I finish reading it?
Oh, we'll come on down.
Okay. All right. That's what I like. Hey, Mike. Brain Injury Awareness Month. Whereas traumatic brain injury, TBI, results from an external force that can always lead to a lifetime of physical, emotional, cognitive, and or behavior challenges. And the leading causes of TBI are falls, motor vehicle accidents, collisions with an objective, assaults, contact sports, and whereas TBI is one form of an acquired brain injury, ABJ, which includes traumatic and non-traumatic brain injuries such as stroke, brain aneurysms, brain tumors, brain infections, and brain injury, sometimes called by drug overdose. And whereas more than 2.8 million Americans sustain TBIs every year, and of them over 50,000 die, roughly 282,000 are hospitalized, approximately 5.3 million Americans live with a TBI-related disability, and over 80,000 people in North Carolina will sustain a TBI this year, and many survivors will be left permanently disabled. And whereas active duty and reserve military service members are at increased risk of sustaining a TBI compared with their civilian peers, and due in part of the specific demographics of the military, young men ages 18 to 24 are at greater risk of TBI. And whereas according to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 3.2% of North Carolina women and 30.3% of North Carolina men experience intimate partner physical violence, sexual violence, and or stalking in their lifetime, with the common results being TBI. And whereas the North Carolina Brain Injury Advisory Council and Brain Injury Association of North Carolina and other stakeholders provide awareness, education, prevention, training, and services of North Carolinians living with TBI and or ABIs, and these services are provided to their families, healthcare professionals, and others statewide. Now, therefore, be I resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim March 2023 as Brain Injury Awareness Month in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and call upon our citizens and interest groups to observe the month with activities that promote awareness and prevention of brain injuries. In witness thereof, I have here unto my hand and affix the seal of the city of Goldsboro of this 20th day, March 2023.
Never, Hiawatha, have you had a more willing listener.
He said he loves me. And Pierre, get in here. I've known Pierre for years, and she is a phenomenal woman that really cares, and I've had an opportunity to minister there at her facility, and thank you for all you do. I would like to get to hold it. She's holding me so tight until I cannot get it.
Everybody look at me. One more time.
Wait a minute, let me get this out here. You want to hold this mic? Yes. Okay, thank you.
You got it, Mike? You got it?
Yes, I'm holding it.
Very nice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're not going to give me a hug like that, are you? Hey, Mayor.
We appreciate it, Mayor and Council.
How you doing, Mayor? I'm doing fine,
Can we get one more photo with the mayor in it?
Sure, of course. Yes, let's do it.
Come on, Mr.
Let me get behind
No,
Pierre.
get in here. Get in here.
Get in here.
You get right there. Right back here.
I'm not going to squeeze it in there.
One more time. Thank you.
Thank you again. All right, guys, head them up, move them out. Thank you again.
Bye, y'all. Have fun. See you later.
Night.
See you later.
Well, Jeff here was in the Air Force, what, 4 years, Jeff?
Yeah, 4 years.
You still in business on
I'm the board now.
If anyone else wishes to leave, please feel free to do so. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to one more presentation, and I believe we have Catherine coming up, our finance director.
I told Tim he had to come up here and stand with me while I embarrassed him sufficiently. So, the North Carolina Association of Governmental Purchasing was formed in 1952 for the improvement of governmental purchasing and furthers good governance by encouraging professional development and a collaborative network sharing information across all North Carolina local governments. The NCAGP has 3 distinguished awards that are given at their spring conference, and among them is the Billy D. Ray Purchaser of the Year Award. The purpose of the award is to give appreciation and recognition to public purchasing professionals that have made a significant contribution within the past 2 years in the success of their entities, their professions, and themselves. It's presented annually at the NCAGP Spring Conference in memory of Billy D. Ray Purchasing. He was a CLGPO and purchasing manager for the city of Burlington for his outstanding contributions and service to the cause and advancement of the public purchasing profession. And I was contacted by Mr. Brent Quick, the procurement manager for Holly Springs, because he wanted to nominate our Tim Wood for this distinguished award. And so he asked me to write a narrative to talk about Mr. Wood's accomplishments and achievements with regards to how he has helped improve his employer. So I've actually worked with Tim for over 15 years. He started in Kinston, the city of Kinston, as a warehouse technician and was promoted to warehouse supervisor and eventually purchasing manager. He has always been a hard worker, dedicated, honest, and a team player. He has always exhibited initiative and approached difficult situations as opportunities to find efficient and effective solutions. Just a few examples that I pulled from the narrative that I wrote for him. He helped our procurement card process by converting it to a digital cloud-based system where users uploaded their receipts and we had electronic workflow. There was a lot of setup work and there was a lot of training, but we were able to streamline that procurement card process from being 10 months behind to on time every single month. Cut down on the number of requisitions and purchase orders in the accounting system. It reduced the amount of paper that we had to track and handle. It helped us increase accountability by 100% by making specific individuals accountable to the purchases made on the behalf of the city. With regards to the fuel system, Tim's division was in charge of the fuel pumps and the underground storage tanks for cities' unleaded and diesel fuels. The USTs were very old, and Tim and his team identified fuel losses that calculated to approximately $20,000 per year just in leaking gas and diesel fuel. Tim and his team researched and made recommendations needed for upgrading the fueling equipment and implementation of a cloud-based fuel management purchasing card. Tim oversaw the construction overhaul and replacement of the pumps at the fuel island and repairs and cleaning of the USTs. With the more modern cloud software, we were able to update our cost and sales price with every delivery and not just once a month. We were able to provide department heads with access to cloud-based system and delivered reports electronically. The paper-based system was replaced with this cloud-based system. Tim managed the fuel system budget, and through proper planning, we were able to build a structured cash reserve to maintain capital improvements for the fuel island and system. And coincidentally, we are working with Mr. Rick Fletcher right now on some of these cloud-based options to get the city of Goldsboro to that same place. And one last thing regarding his City of Kinston service with regard to Hurricane Matthew. Tim, he has kind of this like relentless determination to always see his job through, and regardless of what his personal comfort is. While he was responding to a fuel alarm for the fuel system during Hurricane Matthew, he was critically injured trying to make it to the complex. With a severely broken leg and multiple surgeries to repair, Tim was determined to make it back to work and back on the job, which he did over 6 months later. To me, Tim is like a role model to his fellow employees, and he's an inspiration with just that determination and spirit that he has. Here in Goldsboro, flash forward, Tim was hired as the procurement manager in 2021, actually March of 2021. His first assignment was to stand up the warehouse at the Public Works complex. The lack of inventory records caused an internal control comment on our 2019 audit, and with the help of the manager and the city council, we were able to fund a procurement manager and a procurement technician. Tim tackled this project like he does with any job or problem. He has this like fierce enthusiasm and determination. He used his knowledge of our ERP system and of utility inventories and single-handedly was able to get the ERP accounting system up and running by June 30, 2021, about 4 months after he got here. The inventory system went from a once-a-year Excel spreadsheet to a functioning perpetual inventory system in the ERP system. We went from the auditor stating that we had, quote, an unauditable inventory in 2019 to this was the easiest inventory count ever done. Tim and his team work closely with the Public Works staff to ensure the inventory levels are sufficient to support delivery of services timely, while minimizing the cash flow drain on obsolete or overstocked items. For procurement, when I came to the city in 2019, procurement was only done part-time by another one of my finance team members who had multiple other jobs. She did an excellent job juggling multiple responsibility. But when Tim came on board in March of 2021, he immediately took over the procurement load and was literally able to hit the ground running. He was able to assist me in training department staff on functions in our ERP system that had never been used. With his knowledge of budgeting, he was able to help me take the burden from me on monitoring and correcting purchase orders. His vast knowledge of procurement has saved us multiple times from violating state statute and also ensuring that we adhere to state statute with regards to procurement and sale of surplus property. He was instrumental in helping me prepare all those ARPA policies that the council approved. For all of this, Tim was recognized for his many accomplishments advancing procurement for his employer and for the NCAGP. It is a distinct honor for the city to know that we have the best of the best in procurement professionals as judged by his peers. I don't know that I can say enough about all the good things that Tim Wood has done in his career in local government. As I mentioned earlier, Tim is a hard worker, dedicated, honest, and a team player. His persistent, unwavering, relentless in whatever mission he is assigned. Please join me in giving Tim a round of applause for receiving the Billy D. Ray Purchaser of the Year. I told him he had to do this. Would you like to say something, Tim?
Bring your wife up.
Yes, please, April, come on up. And this is Tim's lovely wife, April, for...
I want to add a comment also. Turn around, sir. When I came on the council back in 2016, one of the first things I did was to ask about our procurement program here. We did not have a procurement person at that time. And we have one now, and I feel that this is one of the most valuable people. We have a lot of value. Everybody's valuable. I'm not taking away from anything. But we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars a year of your taxpayer money. And we need somebody that is experienced in the procurement field. They can do a request for proposals. They can look at the contract and so forth and so on. And we have that individual, have had that individual now for since 21. And as you've already heard, he's more than paid his salary in terms of savings and so forth. And we're glad to have him part of our staff. Tim, it was a welcome thing for me to hear Captain tell us that we were bringing someone in that position on board. And then when I got to meet you and know you a little bit, I was very impressed with you. And I'm so happy that you're here providing that service to the city. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Look at me, smile.
I'm smiling.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Just thank you.
You're not going to
I'm going back to work.
We'll go say hey.
Appreciate you, bro. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Always a class act. Always. Okay, we'll continue on now with our public hearings. We'll start with our downtown parking issue, and we'll hear from our downtown development director.
Hello again.
Hello.
Those were some wonderful presentations. We truly have some gems in our community, so that was nice to see. Okay. I have item F on our agenda tonight, the public hearing on downtown parking regulations. The City of Goldsboro, in conjunction with Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation, hosted a public parking forum on January 26 to determine the best way to manage changing downtown parking needs. The public forum was facilitated by the Town of Chapel Hill Director of Economic Development and Parking, Mr. Dwight Bassett. Mr. Bassett led the participants in a discussion to identify one of 3 potential management strategies, compiling the results for review by city staff and council. More than 50 community members participated in the forum, and 43 agreed that parking management was needed. The majority supported on-street parking management that limited parking to 2 or 3 hours, but did not include a parking fee. I think I've got a couple. Yeah, there we go. All right. During the council retreat on February 22nd, a recommendation of the City Parking Commission was shared to utilize City Ordinance 72.26, 2-hour parking limits anytime between 8:30 and 5:30 Monday through Saturday on certain streets. These will be detailed in Chapter 75, which dictates parking schedules outlining the location of parking restrictions. Specifically, we are looking at Center Street from Ash to Chestnut, Mulberry Street, and Walnut Street from John to James. This area includes roughly 220 on-street spaces, which represents about 10% of the total public parking in downtown Goldsboro. Enforcement would be done by the Goldsboro Police Department and code enforcement officers per City Ordinance 72.90, of course, once appropriate signage is put in place. Parking citations will have a $25 fee, with a $25 late fee after 15 days and a $100 fee after 30 days, again per City Ordinance 72.99. As directed by City Council at the February retreat, a public hearing is being held this evening to receive additional public input, to be followed by City Council discussion regarding the next steps to be taken, if any. As part of the review and recommendation process, the proposed parking management plan is going before the Planning Board on March 27th. A recommendation from the Planning Board will be brought back before City Council on April 3rd, at which time the Council will be asked to take final action. Council is asked to provide direction regarding downtown parking limits so staff may make the appropriate city ordinance changes for Council's approval on April 3rd. So I'm going to keep this slide up during public comments because I think that'll be helpful. All right, any questions for me before I sit down? Okay,
this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. Anyone wishing to speak? For or against, by the way? Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be before you tonight, just briefly. I'm Charlie Gaylor, and I live downtown on Walnut Street, and I have an office building on William Street, so I'm right in the middle of all this.
I didn't announce that your speech is limited to 10 minutes. We'll give you an extra 15 seconds to allow you to go ahead.
Yes, sir. Bottom line, what I want to say is that having been in that neighborhood for some time, what I've noticed in recent years, and particularly the last few months, if you will, that there is substantial parking taking place within the area of Walnut Street, either in the 100 block of West Walnut or the 100 block of East Walnut. To the point that really when I leave, to say early in the morning and go down to my office, if I return about lunchtime, it's still pretty full. You can't really get a park in those areas during that time. It's not just that area, it's just that I observe that area. What I want to say is that the small businesses that we have in those areas cannot withstand not having access to their property. When they don't have access to their property, they're not able to sell their goods, they're not able to get people into the stores. Now, I'm 100% behind the new buildings that have been built for apartments. We want to see them be successful, but I think at the same time, we have to take into account what happens to the small businesses. And what I would simply ask you to do today is to consider taking this up sooner rather than later, so that we can go ahead and get some help to small businesses located in downtown Goldsboro. And that's really all I need to say, unless you have questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Let's get our clocks situated here.
Good evening.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay, now go ahead.
Oh, in 20.
Restart the clock in there, please.
In 2017, the city created a Goldsboro Parking Commission that consists of the Assistant City Manager, the City Engineer, Public Works Director, and Police Chief. They meet quarterly, and they're responsible for making recommendations and giving reports to City Council and the City Manager concerning parking needs, regulations, and other matters in the city. To my knowledge, they have not recently reported any concerns to City Council and the City Manager about parking downtown. Council called a special meeting to have a public forum to discuss the urgent parking concerns of the downtown Goldsboro development, stakeholders, and citizens. The consultant at the public forum drew some conclusions that were based on some, but not all, of the information that was in the downtown parking study that was completed for the city back in 2016. He acknowledged that there has been business growth since the parking study was completed, but he didn't mention anything about the future conditions analysis in the executive summary of the 2016 parking study review, especially all the recommendations for the 3 stages over the next 10 years after 2016. The consultant's conclusions were that we don't currently have a parking problem in any of the areas downtown at any time during the day, and that they're probably in pretty good shape for now. That same conclusion was reached in the 2026 parking study. Back on January 28th, 2019, almost 3 years after the parking study was completed, a video was posted on the city's Facebook page, and it's titled Journey Around Goldsboro, Downtown Parking. It has Octavia Murphy interviewing the former DGD Director Julie Metz, and she shared that there have been parking complaints, but there are no parking problems. At peak times, there's plenty of parking within a block of most downtown business locations. The walk from their parking spot to their business destination would be no longer than the walk from their parked car to a Walmart building. The walk will be along the lovely streetscape where customers will be able to see other businesses along the way, and she shared that 724 new parking spaces have been added, and a recent agreement was reached that would add an additional 70 spaces. In 2016, the 2016 parking study estimated that based on the downtown development projects expected to be completed by 2019, a demand would be generated for an additional 382 parking spaces. And for the development expected by 2026, another 593 parking spaces would be generated. Depending on the number of spaces that were added since 2019, we may have now, in 2023, have met all of the estimated demand for the downtown development that was expected to be completed by 2016. Getting back to the public forum, attendees were asked to choose one of 3 options that could be taken to address our current parking space problems in spite of the 2016 parking study indicating we don't have a problem. In spite of the consultant reporting that we don't now have a parking problem. And in spite of the Goldsboro Parking Commission not having discussed or presented any parking problems to City Council or the City Manager. The consensus at the forum should be disregarded because it was based on inconclusive and misrepresented information. The DGD director did not include all of the actual expense costs to implement the recommendation reached by the forum. She did not include all estimates of the expenses for labor, supplies, and equipment to install the signs, or an estimate for the expense for labor, equipment, and supplies for officers to enforce the code. Considering those additional required expenses, the overall total cost for doing something we don't need to do now will far exceed the savings the city could realize by eliminating our primary voting rights. Furthermore, this proposed enforcement method is not recommended in the 2026 parking study for cities of our size. The city's current restrictive parking ordinance involves marking tire method of enforcement. Some U.S. courts of appeal have held that the marking tire method violates the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution because it's an invasion of privacy. At the recent city retreat, the police chief pointed out that the overall crime in the city increased 14% last year. If the city police must take on this additional unneeded responsibility, other more critical policing concerns such as rape, assault, larceny, and vehicle theft cannot be effectively addressed. Over the past year, the city has borrowed money, drained most of the available general fund balance, and invested $15 million on public investment projects in the downtown area, which includes the significant streetscape project, the Paramount Theater, and the construction of a transportation/entertainment hub. During that time, the city decided to defer the expense of purchasing new critical equipment, especially in the public works, public utilities, and parks and recreation departments. It is now being proposed that the city now spend money from our depleted available general fund balance that the city is struggling to increase so that we can do something that doesn't now need to be done. This proposal is for something that is a want, but it's not an actual need at this time when you consider our other urgent needs, like spending to replace old, worn-out public works, public utility, and recreational equipment. I therefore respectfully urge council to reject and defer this proposal and revisit it again next year before adoption of the budget for FY 2024 to 2025. Do you have any questions?
So I'd like to address a couple things you said. One is that the hearing that was held for this was not initiated by the council. It was initiated by the Downtown Development Department in response to concerns expressed by merchants of the city. So that's item number one. Number two, I do not believe, I should say, any decisions has been made about the process of management, i.e. marking of tires. That certainly was mentioned, but there's not been any decision of the actual management process. So there is no decision that has been made about that would be the process.
Mm-hmm. I included in my handouts some information that was taken directly from the 2016 parking study, which incidentally not only considered things that were there in 2026, but also things over the next 10 years. And what they said seems to be coming true based on Julie Metz's interview, that we were acquiring additional parking spaces and have been acquiring additional parking spaces, and that there is really no problem. And if you have not already read that report, I strongly suggest that you do, because it certainly seems from that report that was done by an expert, and also an expert in parking, I presume, and the conclusion that they drew back then and estimated are coming true. And why do we need to change now something which is not really a problem, other than a problem which is, presented by people who are in the stakeholders, basically, and some citizens, because some of the complaints that were mentioned in that forum also dealt with safety downtown, policing. And if we're going to turn around and take our police to go out and write parking tickets, that's not going to help improve our crime. But that I'd like to, just present to you and encourage you to take a look at it, and take a look at the comments that I highlighted.
Any questions?
Any?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hope all is well today. Parking. I believe the proposed parking ordinance hasn't been thoroughly addressed to all the stakeholders. And before considering this proposal, there should be an updated parking study. I'm concerned that this parking ordinance could harm businesses that are already struggling to operate day to day. It could further harm business owners by issuing parking penalties to shoppers, and now shoppers then choose to take their business elsewhere. They could decide to go to neighboring counties, and we could lose those tax dollars that our community depends on, and our local businesses could lose revenue as well. There are individuals here that believe the ordinance is needed, and I respect their opinion. However, there are many factors I believe most haven't considered. I can honestly state I understand the situation from a business owner's perspective and as a resident. As a business owner, I feel this will harm our businesses more than help. We have our staff park off Center Street to provide needed parking spaces for shoppers. I understand some merchants have concerns about downtown crime. According to data, downtown is one of the safest areas in the city. It is brightly lit, and most often there's always someone outside. I believe we could use more police patrolling as long as other areas throughout the city are not neglected. There are many options as a business owner that we can implement to ease concerns for their staff as well as parking issues. They could commute to work, or they could keep an eye on staff as they walk to their vehicles, as well as talk on phones until they are safely entered into their cars. As a resident, I feel most haven't considered residents living downtown. I have serious concerns as this ordinance won't allow me, as a resident, to park in front or near my property without me constantly having to remember to move my vehicle. Then, there has been discussions of parking decals for residents and business owners. The problem is these decals don't waive tickets or allow residents the right to park in front or near their properties for more than 2 hours. If you're a property owner downtown, there's a county tax, a city tax, and a downtown tax. In most cities where residents reside downtown, if they implement parking decals, they are for residents only, not businesses or employees. Council members, can you imagine on your street, this ordinance is enforced and your visitors and your family members come outside after visiting you and have a ticket on their car, or their car is towed away? I would like to see other options before this is considered. When we celebrate during downtown's major events such as Center Street Jam, the Christmas Parade, and Downtown Lights Up, citizens locate parking and make our downtown space work. There could be money better spent on digital wayfinding signage throughout downtown that lists parking options. These same digital signs could generate revenue for the city with advertisement. Currently, the city has additional vacant lots that could be used as overflow parking as well. The city's Downtown Development Corporation staff possibly could provide cart rides by accessing a golf cart from the city's municipal golf course. This could help citizens reach their cars that may have had to park further away. Another option is to approach companies such as Lime or Spin, where citizens could rent bikes to enjoy downtown as well as get to their cars. Also, they could rent e-scooters that would not only be an additional source of transportation, but could be a fun option for the citizens. These are just some possible solutions that wouldn't cost as much as implementing this parking ordinance. The DGDC's website states, "Do it downtown, work, play, and live. I work downtown, I live downtown." I didn't support this parking study. I don't support this parking ordinance. There's other solutions that could make downtown a better place to work, place, and live. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Sir, I know who you are, but please state your name for the public. And I forgot it, but we know, we just heard from someone I should have asked their names, and Mr. Martin, I should have asked his name as well, but go ahead.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. David L. Craig. One of the things that struck me as I looked at the agenda memorandum concerning this public hearing, the last sentence of that first paragraph states, let's see, it states, the development and parking, Mr. Bassett led the participation in a discussion to identify one of three potential management strategies, compiling the results for review by city staff and council. More than 50 community members participated in the forum, which is true, and 43 agreed that there was a need for on-street parking management that limited parking to 2 or 3 hours, but did not include a parking fine. However, upon the review of the YouTube video, and by the way, I was also present, as many of you were, that's not what happened. At approximately 1 hour, 5 minutes and 57 seconds of the Downtown Parking Forum on YouTube, Mr. Dwight Bassett, after taking a vote on the three proposed options that were presented, posed a final question saying, "Okay, my last question is, if you are in favor of parking changes and improvements that lead to a management system in general with no conditions set, please raise your hand and give us a chance to count." Mrs. Aaron Forsica says, "Could you repeat that one more time?" Mr. Dwight Bassett continues, I'm interested in some level of parking management that will improve the situation with no conditions attached. In other words, I'm not saying on street, off street, I'm just saying." Then Mrs. Fonseca chimes in, parking management in general. Mr. Dwight Bassett nods his head and continues, parking management in general. After counting, Mrs. Aaron Fonseca then says it's probably 40, 42. I'm going to put 42 in there. The only numbers that came close to the number 43, as indicated in the agenda memorandum, was when Mr. Dwight Bassett asked who in the audience was in favor of parking changes and improvements
that led to a management system in general with no conditions set. And through his clarification, his questions were simple. Who amongst the audience was in favor of parking management in general? That is what 40 or more persons indicated in that meeting. Others of you here on the council, as well as in the audience, witnessed it. So the background in the agenda memorandum for this public hearing contains at best a false statement or mischaracterization. You cannot unify people using false statements and mischaracterizations. So here is an unweaponized, unpoliticized approach to dealing with this issue for those of us who desire to move the city forward together in unity. And it is actually more in line with the responses from that downtown parking forum. It involves compromises while considering the interests of us all. First thing we need to do is scrap the proposed changes because it's disingenuous and politically motivated. Also, anytime you endeavor to use law enforcement as a tool for such, it tears away at the fabric that binds us together, given the history of our country and the things that we know have taken place in our city. This is not something that we need to do. What we need is to work together in a community-oriented way and not in a manner that enforces the notion of them versus us. First, after scrapping your plan, you need to conduct a survey downtown. You need to conduct a survey of downtown Goldsboro property owners to see what off-street parking is available, its location, which downtown Goldsboro property owners live downtown, and the spaces needed to accommodate them, how many employee parking spaces each business needs, as well as their business's proximity to the available off-street parking. Working together in a community-oriented way, off-street parking should be made available at a reasonable cost for those who both live and work downtown without the use of favors or favoritism. In terms of proximity to available off-street parking, persons living downtown should have priority, followed by persons who work downtown. The off-street parking space selections and its associated parking management program should be overseen by persons who have no economic interests associated with the downtown area and who only want our city to do better. That's good governance. If issues then continue, you can reconsider the issue. Any questions for me?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, sir. Mr. Council and Mayor, I'm Pastor Pete Norris, and I've been downtown 25 years. And I don't know about any other street. We got a problem on Walnut. And, you know, I want to work with the city. I love the growth of the city. Things are wonderful. But I think there's some kind of poor planning when you look at 63 apartments right across the road from us. And I understand those people don't want to park in that parking lot because it's dark over there. And if I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her to park over there either. But I think we got to realize one thing here, that basically, I want to work with the city anyway. I feed 2,000 families groceries a month. I've been doing that 20-something years. And so we no longer have room to park on Walnut Street, so I'm making it a drive-through. They come through our parking lot, they go out the front. We're done by 10 o'clock before all the businesses open. You know, I want to be respectful to all of our businesses. I want to make sure they stay in business. But to be honest with you, if it wasn't for us having our own parking lot, you would run my church out of town. And where's those 2,000 people going to get food, or where they're going to eat? So my thing is how can we come together and make this thing work in the right way. I don't want to be a person who lives in Goldsboro. I'm so thankful for that, because 25 years of me being downtown, it was a ghost town when I came here. And I think we've made a blessing to the city of Goldsboro, and I feel like, we should not be run out of town for the new businesses coming in, because we reach an awful lot of people. And I'm a person that wants to get along, and I want us to make this thing work. I want this city to be the most prosperous city around. And I'm so happy with what you guys have done to bring growth to this city. But I think we really need to take a look. I can't answer about any other street, but on Walnut Street, there's an issue. And so, like I said, we got like 20-something parking places in our parking lot. Outside of that, there's none on the streets, even on Sunday morning. And I noticed in the thing that you proposed, Sunday was skipped. I'm still downtown on Sundays with all the cars parked there. I don't want any special privileges, but I think I'm an asset to this city. And I think that we need to take a look at how we can not just make it comfortable for me, but how we can make it comfortable and work and us blend together and make this thing a wonderful thing and make it work. And that's just my heart. But, being here 25 years, I'm not a complainer. I've never been to one of these meetings. But I do know that we've got an issue on Walnut Street. I can't say about any other street. What's the answer? I'm not a politician. I don't have all the economic answers. I'm just a preacher. But I do know that it takes all of us coming together to make this thing work, and for us to blend together and get along and fighting over who's right. I'm not interested in any of that. I'm interested in us making this a better place for our children to grow up, our city to grow up, and meet the needs of our people. And that's what I'm here for. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank you for all the people that you feed. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward.
Yes.
Hold on a moment. Okay, now go ahead. And give me your name, please.
My name's Kim Bogue. My family has a business on 131 West Walnut Street. We own the building there. They've been in business 59 years, and we're trying to make it to 60. In the last couple of years since they built the View apartments downtown, our biggest concern before Walnut was kind of a ghost town and there wasn't really a parking issue. But now we have residents that are parking on the street. And they have a parking lot, and it's not the best lit, and it's not extremely clean and pretty. But we can't figure out how to get the residents in the parking lot. Some of the residents, we have a resident, and he has 3 vehicles, and he parks all 3 vehicles on the street every day, all day long. We're a retail clothing store, and our clientele is mature, just like the owner, Evelyn Johnson. And some of our customers, they can't walk a half a mile. I'm not really real sure that we have anywhere parking downtown that's got wheelchair accessible. I'm not sure how happy the ADA people would be. I got in trouble last week for not having a wheelchair porta potty. One that was accessible. So I know those are issues that are concerns. A lot of times we have to help our customers get in. We have to take them to the car and help them get back in the car. But those are things that are important to our customers. We don't want a lot of parking spaces. We just have to have a couple. But if you have residents on all 3 corners filling up all the spaces, there's just nowhere for us to park. I think some of the information, people are misguided. They acted like we were the city, the Downtown Development Corporation was going to charge a fee. That was only if a vehicle hadn't moved in 2 hours, is what they were considering. And I don't think there was extra funds. I don't even think the problem is that complex. And so I think a lot of the politics that have gotten involved have made it really difficult. But for businesses to grow, customers have got to be able to get in the doors. I actually work for a group of car dealerships, and we measure how important each parking space is. And it's thousands and thousands of dollars. And so I was curious, just because I'm a numbers kind of person, my average customer comes in the store, they stay in there 37 minutes. Some stay longer, some stay shorter. 2 hours is a gracious plenty of time. I could eat, I could drink coffee, I can go down and get some ice cream and still shop in 2 hours and then move on to my next destination. So I don't think what they're proposing is that out of whack. Never ever have I seen in any business practice where somebody that wanted customers, the employee themselves parked in front of their parking space, in front of their store. That makes no sense in no business model ever. If you want customers, you have to make it a welcoming place for them to be able to come in. If you park in front of your business, where are people going to park? So we have residents, we have county employees that often park on the street who have a parking lot, a dedicated parking lot. We have residents, the county employees, and then we've got employees of the businesses down there. And that just is not good business. Why would you want to park in front of your business if you wanted a customer to park there? And so I think some of it, we need just to go back to basic, what makes good business sense. Take all the politics out of it, and then think of a method that we could all work together. 2 hour parking, most everybody's going to be gone in 2 hours. But if you're going to go up there and take a nap and sleep, 2 hours might be a long time. That might not be long enough for your nap. So I think when we look at the big picture of people just trying to make business, trying to do business the right way, there's outside, these people are talking about just monitoring the parking slots on the street. There's lots of outside lots that there's always empty, and that's all these extra spaces people are talking about. These aren't the ones on the streets. These are these outside parking lots. These ones that, and that there are plenty. If I go to a meeting over there at the DGGC, I park in one of the extra parking lots, and that just makes sense. So, everybody's kind of got their own agenda, and everybody wants it to be their idea and their way. We've got to figure out the way to make it Goldsboro a place for people to go that it's not hard, that it makes it easiest for us to do business. It makes it easy for them to go eat, makes it easy for them to go shopping. It makes it easy to go see Mr. Gaylor in his law office. It's got to be easy. You shouldn't have to ride around and walk 3 miles or 2 miles or 2 blocks just to find a parking space, when if they're rotating every couple hours, it wouldn't be that difficult because people would be moving.
Any questions?
Thank you. I don't have a question, I have a comment. And I brought this up during the public forum. For example, I know retail shopping, people might not exhaust 2 hours to go shopping. Whereas a person is getting their hair done, some chemicals take maybe 30 minutes just to sit in their hair. Then if they want to do a combination of mani-pedi, get their hair done, I'm just worried about the individual patrons that in the midst of getting their hair done or something done, they have to look up and jump up and say, well, man, I'm like 2 hours and their hair is just, we have to be, this has to be tailor-made for every type of business that we have.
Yeah, but I think if it were me, and I was thinking about it's going to take me several hours, like I might go get my hair done, my nails done, and get my toes done, it's going to take me 2 or 3 hours. I would park, I'd be willing to walk around the block a little bit. I wouldn't have to park in front of the business. The parking spots we're talking about tonight are the ones on the street in front of the businesses. I can walk around and park in the Views parking lot because there's definitely nobody else parked in there. And if I was going to be gone for 2 or 3 hours. And so I think some of that you need to consider.
Well, I'm looking at, I'm going to use my mother as an example. My mom's 73 years old.
Mm-hmm.
She literally has to park right in front of the business. And, like you said, there aren't a lot of handicap. I don't know if any are down in front of these businesses. Heard somebody say something about Walmart earlier. Well, Walmart, 3/4 of the parking lot is handicapped, which there are a lot of handicapped individuals. So I'm trying to consider that all aspects of this thing are looked into. You have a lot of elderly people that are retired during the day. They don't work during those peak out, those hours. And I would just hate for them to be, I'm looking at every group and every business. So I'm just wanting us to be, thinking about all options that we're using. So, I respect your opinion on that. I've worked in retail. I understand if your money's not that long, you're not going to take 2 hours to shop. Whereas other areas, people that have businesses, especially with spring, summertime coming, a lot of businesses that have parties that they host during the daytime. It's going to be kind of hard for people to juggle leaving that function or venue to move. And I'm just looking at all options. So some places have more parking than others. And let me ask you this, those individuals they said are in the residential that aren't utilizing that parking for those areas, would you recommend decals for those individuals? And if they violate, then those people,
Well, when
How-
we, at the public, when we, the DGGC did that meeting, the owner, his name is Patrick Riley, the owner of View, he said, hey, he's tried, we've asked the people to move, we've written them notes, we've given them sweatshirts, we've done all this stuff, and he says, I can't do anything with them until the city helps us come up with a plan to get them to stay in their parking lot. I can't make them move, because they'll quickly tell you, I pay taxes, I work down here, I live down here, I can park anywhere I want. And that's all good, but those folks aren't trying to make a living down there.
That's right.
You know, and it's kind of sad that in 59 years we're faced with, we can't get in there. You know, we've did all kind of social media and done all this stuff, but people have got to come in. People have got to be able to come in and you know, see what you've got to sell.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, how are y'all doing this
Hi,
evening?
good.
Excuse the appearance, I was working at my restaurant. Jill Nielsen, and my daughter and I own Mimi's Boutique on Center Street, which is probably one of the busiest stretches right there. We've been downtown now, April will be 4 years. We moved from Mulberry Street to Center Street, mainly for safety reasons. We had quite a few issues where we were. Parking was wonderful. We had plenty of parking, but it was very dark. We were approached. It was horrible, so we decided to move. I love our location. It's a perfect location, with the exception of the parking. It is absolutely horrific. We do our best to have our employees not park in front of our location. I know the importance of it. I own a restaurant. Parking is very precious. The sooner you can get them parked and get them in and get them out, better off you are, the more money you make. And that's why we're in business, is to make money. So the issues that I see are the employees that are working downtown. That is a huge issue. The more businesses that are opening, the more employees that are coming downtown. Payroll taxes, it's great. Everybody makes money off of that also. But we need a dedicated, safe parking area for employees. Well lit, with security cameras, and the perfect location, and we've all been talking about this for 4 years now, is behind where we used to be located. There is a great area right there to park. We could tear down part of that brick wall and make walking areas back to all of our businesses. Because when you're looking at, you have several restaurants, a lot of businesses on that strip, we have a lot of employees. Where are we going to park? I'm not going to have my 16-year-old employee park on John Street. I'm just not going to do it. It's not safe. And most of the time, it's two 16-year-old employees closing the business down. I'm not going to have them walk, and nor are their parents. We have lost 2 employees because of that. So that's also a thing that you need to think about, is employee parking. Not only resident parking, but employee parking. And I think that'll free up a lot of spaces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Sergio Sanchez. I have the building on 141 North Center Street, and my opinion is that we're a little bit too premature on trying to put the brakes on anything that makes Goldsboro downtown better. When we travel to Washington, D.C. or New York for any kind of event, one of the worst things that I have to worry about is parking, being from out of town. So when I get to come back home and not have to worry about parking and finding a spot, it makes me feel better about my hometown, and I don't have to go somewhere else. That's one of the perks of being downtown, is that it's better than a lot of other places. And I think it's one of the things that draws people here. It makes it easier and more comfortable to get around. And our small downtown is growing, but I believe it's a little bit premature to start putting anything that kind of pushes anybody away from coming downtown from out of town or here. Even if we're competing with Spence Avenue or Berkeley Boulevard with the conveniences of coffee shops and restaurants, downtown is the place where people come and enjoy their time a little bit slower. So I think that anything that makes them feel like they're in a rush or is going to be impactful on just the opinion of people. I'm not going downtown, there's not enough shops, I gotta pay for it. That's a real thing that goes through people's heads, because we're still not to the place where we can say we have all the businesses in downtown thriving. We're still growing, we're still trying to get there. And so anything that impacts customers or people coming downtown in that way, I believe we should just hold off and study more ways of dealing with the issue of employee parking, resident parking, but not implementing anything that's going to bring negative attention to downtown for the parking's sake. North Carolina is relaxed, we're good, we're growing, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't jump or tries to speed things up too much. I think we're not at that place yet. Maybe eventually, but we have a lot of land, we have a lot of places that we can light up, we can have resources, police officers, whatever you might want to do, but I think we're creative, smart people, and we can come out with another alternative than to just put parking meters or enforcing that way. I think we can be very smart about how we reach our business owners and get them to cooperate and work together to see what we can do to move our employees off the center street, maybe to another place. But I think it takes more time and more thinking and more people involved. I think it's a little bit too premature to start changing everything at this moment, and we need to think about it a little bit more.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sir, Sir.
Yes.
Some of us have not met you. I think I know who you represent. I'm not sure, but introduce yourself.
I'm not a bad fella. Dave Alexander with Goldsboro Daily News and the Curtis Media Stations, quoting, WGBR and
Okay. I have not met you personally. I assumed you from the media.
Happy to shake your hand when we're not at work. Right?
Okay. But I wanted the public to know who's walking up there filling with stuff, and as well as some of the council members haven't met you either. So,
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry
Welcome.
for the distraction.
Welcome. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Are we only able to speak on the public or the parking dilemma right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what.
Can you explain the public comment for me?
Oh, this is about downtown parking only. This is about downtown parking only. We'll get to the public comment at a later time.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
I'm here tonight as a resident.
And give us your name and please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Yvonne Moore.
Okay.
I'm here tonight as a resident, business owner, patron of downtown, and I'm concerned that this council is going to make a decision tonight based on privilege and a few perception, and not one based on data or wishes of the majority. So let's kind of talk about the majority in Center Street. Center Street seems to be the talk of a lot of this discussion. I don't believe that this council should make this decision until we look at all of downtown. I think we've heard from a lot of people with a lot of great input, and a lot of that input should definitely be considered and discussed continuously. Let's talk back about Center Street. The majority of businesses that are currently on Center Street, we're okay with the way things are. I know the Thai place doesn't have an issue with parking. Ice Storm doesn't. The coffee shop doesn't. Miss Cat doesn't. The nail place doesn't. Laughing Owl doesn't. Up North Pizza doesn't. Mr. Royal doesn't. Mr. Lobo doesn't. Mr. Sanchez has already spoke. His business doesn't. Housing Authority doesn't. City Trend, Maxways. I mean, that's the majority. And the majority of us feel that this is premature. And I do hope that our voices are heard tonight. Same thing with our customers. I've extensively talked to our customers. How do you feel about this? And a lot of the feedback that I get is, well, if I have to come in your business, and I do represent a business that has the potential for customers who are going to be there for more than 2 hours. A lot of the restaurants that are on Center Street also face the same thing. The barbershops face it. The hair salons face it. We all have the potential of customers that are going to be in our store for more than 2 hours. And to factor that in where our customers have to say, well, wait, let me go, let me shuffle and move around. When, to be honest with you, the majority of my customers come in, they're not having a problem with finding parking. They just aren't. They may say, hey, I did one lap, but I'm able to make it work. And that's pretty much all times of day. I have a question. How many of you guys have actually read the study on the council? Okay. And so if you really did read the study, then you would know we don't need to do this, because that's exactly what the study said. They said this type of action is a last resort. I'll read it. Not only is it a last resort, all stakeholders should be in agreement. Well, I think you heard tonight, we're definitely not in agreement. We're moving there. We have a lot that we can discuss. What I would suggest is, if Mr. Martin didn't bring that up, I didn't even know we had a committee who knew? That's something that we should know. And we as business owners, residents, visitors should be allowed to join that committee and get some of this great feedback that we've heard tonight. Another thing that I kind of want to clear up is this false narrative, especially when it comes to Center Street, that the reason we don't have parking on Center Street is because of residents. Okay. That's just simply not true. And I'm going to tell you why that is not true. I meant to print this out, but I didn't have time. Hopefully you all can kind of see this. That's Center Street. That's Center Street after businesses have closed, after employees have tidied up, and after a long, hard day of working, have gone home. From the beginning to the end of Center Street, you might find 6 cars. Well, why is that important, and why what I'm saying is actually true is because according to the study, we have about 182 spaces. So out of that 182 spaces, if you got about 6 cars, we're not even talking about 5%. So we know it's not residents. Now, Walnut Street, I do understand. That is starting to be an issue, which is another reason why what you're suggesting currently with just focusing on Center Street or a couple of the side streets, we're starting to play musical chairs. And we know the game of musical chairs, someone's going to be out. I think at your parking meeting, you discussed, there was a business owner who has 14 employees. And so you're basically saying to that business owner with those 14 employees, and I believe they are a hair salon, you can't park there. You're going to have to go down to Mulberry or Walnut. So you're going to start pushing traffic to all of these other side streets that also have businesses, and now in regards to Walnut Street, also have residents. So now you're about to create another chaotic situation that we're going to be back here very shortly discussing it again, which is why we need to pause this and look at the overall picture of where we are and what is reasonable for all, and I just don't think we've done that so far. Now let me talk to you as a business owner. I get it. I've worked in retail, banking, restaurants, a lot of businesses. We always know when it comes to employees do not park in front. And we do that, at least at the ice storm we do that. My kids do that at the ice storm. And I was so impressed by them because we never even had to have a conversation with them about that. They basically knew what needed to be done. Now, in the morning, as I showed you, it's not a lot of residents that are on Center Street. But about 9:30, 9:45, you start to see Center Street fill up. And it's the employees that's parking there. So I agree. We do need to find something that's reasonable for employees to get to. And we can't just send them from the top of Ash Street all the way down to George Street or Elm Street. Sorry. That's not reasonable. We want to be reasonable with this. I know you had mentioned decals. And decals is an option. I lived in the city. I had a decal as a resident, and it was so that I did not get a ticket because they knew I was a resident and I lived there. The problem that I kind of have with some of the decals is that it could lead way to discrimination. So if you have a decal, I'm ticketing you, or now I know your car, this person doesn't. And we're kind of dealing with that now. I know this issue in regards to parking is very personal to me because I believe myself and Commissioner Williams, we have been harassed and discriminated forever in regards to parking. We've had it happen to us on Center Street, we parked, legal space. Even when we're parking on the off street, we had the police sent into our business because we were legally parked in a space. That's problematic. I parked in the back. Someone mentioned about the back parking lot. That's private property. I parked back there. Guess what happens? Police are called. City's calling me. Can't do it. So it's almost like you're kind of setting certain people up for failure. And we can't do that. This is something that we should not move forward with currently. We should definitely continue to have this conversation, as I said before, but implementing something that's really going to run people away, you got to look at it. Downtown is not the only game in town. As others have said, we're competing with Berkeley, we're competing with Spence, we're competing with a lot. Heck, we're still just recovering from a pandemic. So I hope the voices of the majority are heard tonight and this council takes no action, but listen to some of the things that have been presented and let's work on them and let's move forward if we want a thriving downtown. I want every business in downtown to thrive. We have a new business coming up, Bricks. It's going to be, I understand, an entertainment or something of that nature. That's great for downtown. But it sounds like that business is going to be a business potentially for people to be there for more than 2 hours. We're already canceling that business before their doors are even open. So I do hope my voice matters, and those of my customers, and those of our other fellow business owners who would not like to see this happen. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing for this matter. And council, I hope that we will come back in April 3rd with a final decision about what we want to do. I see this as, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is an issue that is, it's a issue that is concerning people from various interests and views and so forth. There basically is two things that I think we have to consider. One, do we want to have any managed parking managed parking policy? And if we do, then we need to determine amending the ordinance for that. And the ordinance is, as you've been given information on, is something that needs to be considered. It concerns the schedule. The schedule will be in the locations area that would be included in this policy, that if it was adopted, where would that area be? And then, of course, as has been mentioned, it being a managed policy, if it is in fact brought before the council, we have to state what type of fines that would be included in that. So we're not making a decision tonight. This is a public hearing to hear your input from the public. But I would hope that we would come back on the 3rd of April saying this matter is put to bed. We don't want to talk about it anymore. We've been talking about it for 10 years. And it comes up about every 3 years or so. Or we come back with a motion that's put before the council that will either be approved or defeated.
I have a question. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just listening to you, it sounds like we're saying it's either going to be the proposal that we see, or it's going to be nothing. But I think everybody agrees that we should consider something. So would the board be willing to go back to the drawing board, truly include all of the stakeholders? Because the tally that I kept, there were 6 people that spoke tonight that was against it. There was 1 person that was specifically for it, and then there was 3 people who were really not for or against, but boldly spoke to recognizing that we need to do something. So is it an option to say, let's remove this from the table, the option that's been presented, and let's go back to the drawing board, because we have an interest now? And I think a lot of the problem was, I don't know if all of the stakeholders were properly engaged. I don't know. But, we have different people here tonight that was not at the parking meeting. And I think it's just worth the conversation to say, is there a better way? Because if, in fact, this should be the last resort, then we have not exhausted all of our options before we try to implement something like this. So is the board willing to go back to having another conversation about parking? And even engaging this parking commission, because I would love to know who makes up the parking commission. So if somebody could send me that list or group, be great. I don't want it right now, but if you could send it to me.
Well, it's been brought up, so let me just tell you who is on the parking commission.
Well, I think the more important thing, Mayor, with all due respect, is addressing my initial concern.
Okay.
I don't think the parking commission and who sits on that board is I just want to have that information, and if you could share it, that'd be great. But I want to know, is the board willing to continue to discuss this issue with possibly coming up with a better remedy? Because I do agree that we need to work on something. I agree. I don't agree with the proposed policy or ordinance change, but I do agree that we need to do something.
Well, it is my understanding, and maybe I misunderstood, is that we, as a board, will go back and look at other options. We listen to everyone here, and for me, that was not a deaf ear. So we listened to a lot of the options. So let's listen to them, look at them, and see how they can work before we make a decision. There are issues on Walnut Street because I live off of Walnut Street. Something needs to be done about that. Center Street, I understand. And I've gone through Center Street, and it is true. At a certain time, there are not a lot of cars down there. We need to listen to our citizens, our residents, all of them, and come up with the best option for everyone, and not just decide to take something and we haven't looked at a study. I don't know how much it would cost, and I'm not into spending any money for a lot of studies, but I think we do need another option. We need to look at everything. We need to listen to everyone that came before us today and see what we can do.
Yeah. If I indicated that there has to be a policy that is coming out of one of these choices next week, I did not mean that specifically. There are some things that were in those. I just want us to move this thing along and come up with either a policy that is a managed policy, if that's what we want to do, and speak to what that management consists of, or we say, we don't have a problem. Let everybody park where they want to, as long as they want to.
Yeah, well, we do have a problem, and I just talked to a young lady last night that wants to open up a coffee shop on Walnut Street, and I just told her the parking is going to be a problem because you have George's Auto there. He has 2 entrances, but there are tow trucks in and out of there. You have Tina's shop, who is a beauty shop, and that takes time. Then you have Elite Fashion. You have several businesses down there, and then I'm so thankful for Harvest Church, But that's not the only time that it's busy. That drive-through is a busy time, but it's still busy down Walnut Street all the time. Then you have apartments farther back, and people live there, and they have to park as well. So we've got to take a look at everything.
I don't, real quick before I'm done, I don't want it to be perceived that we do not have a proposed plan. We very much have a proposed plan, so much so it was on WRAL today. The news reporter spoke very vividly to the plan that the city council was going to be discussing tonight. I thought that was very interesting. But this speaks to enforcement. This was a recommendation of the City Parking Commission, and it was to utilize the city ordinance 72.26, which is 2-hour parking limits anytime between 8:30 and 5:30, Monday through Saturday, on certain streets, blah, 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 blah. Parking schedules outline the location of parking restrictions. It is also the recommendation that council is asked to provide direction regarding downtown parking limits, so staff may make the appropriate city ordinance changes for council approval at the April 3rd, 2023 council meeting. The proposed plan that was presented to us tonight is expected to be decided on as presented. It's already been written. It's in our agenda packets. It's been written that way. That is what they want us to decide on. What I'm asking is the board open to foregoing that to have further discussion? I think that's kind of where I am with it right now. And that can be found in the agenda packet for anybody who wants to see what I was referencing and reading with that. It's item F in the agenda packet.
And what I
So staff needs some direction on the way ahead, just exactly like you said. I mean, we can wait, we could have the parking commission meet with people, however you want to do it, if we need to take in more considerations.
So that's what I'm asking, because it seems like it's either no, we don't do nothing, or we accept this. So I'm just asking, let's have a conversation about what our other options are before that. That was where I am. So thank you for kind of bringing it up.
It was not my understanding that we were going to go with what you just read. It was my understanding that we were going to come here and we were going to listen to everyone and look at our options, because that's what we should do.
As Councilwoman Matthews said on the memo, I was trying to find out what you want us to do. Do you want us to go ahead and do the ordinance changes for the April 3rd meeting, or do you want to wait? And what do you want to do?
Because there will be a resolution prepared for April 3rd that will include
if that's what you
these
want.
Modifications.
If that's what you want.
No, to say there will be is not necessarily correct unless we state that there will be a resolution.
I'm looking for direction.
Well, I move that we look at other options before selecting the option that what was that, Councilwoman? What was that you wrote? I move that we look at other options before adopting.
Okay, I mentioned that the parking commission could look at other options and bring other options to you. You could have meetings with the parking commission. You could have meetings with citizens, with the DGDC
before
again,
the parking commission.
whatever you want.
Are you listening to my motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If I may.
Hold on, she got a motion on the table.
Okay, can you say that? I'm saying it for clarity again.
Okay, because I need to get it together too. Okay. I move that we look at other options before we adopt the parking commission's, what was that, option or proposal?
I see.
Motion's made and second to take no action on the parking tonight, but to look for other options and bring it back to the council. It was second. Any discussion?
Mayor, if I may, there's now been 2 public gatherings, for lack of a better term, on this specific subject. We don't need to ignore all of the conversation from the first one and put all of the weight on tonight, just like we don't need to ignore the commentary from tonight and put all the weight on the first one. We've now had the vast majority of people at both say that there is a problem. whether we choose to do this or whether we choose to facilitate some other conversation, all I would say is that we cannot leave staff in limbo. We cannot leave these citizens in limbo when the vast majority of people that have spoken over the course of 2 different gatherings say there's a problem. And I'm intimately knowledgeable about the 2016 study. I was actually on a DGDC committee during the time that it was being pulled together. It did not expect the volume of apartments and development that has actually happened. It's a huge blessing the way that it's happened, but we have to respond. So I'm all for if we want to find some way to commission some other study, but let's not ignore the fact that the vast majority of people that have spoken over the course of these 2 sessions say there's a problem, we need help.
So I definitely agree with that, council member, but I want to go back to what Ms. Jill said, I think from Mimi's boutique, about how can we engage employee parking, because shout out to the City of Goldsboro employees. Y'all know I love you real good. But I have also done my own surveillance and taken my own pictures, and you can really tell when parking starts to fill up. And I think maybe some of our city employees are prioritizing and taking over some of those parks as well. So that's what I'm saying. We didn't have those kind of conversations. We were presented with options. So the conversation had to talk about the options that were presented. So at that first meeting that I was at, that's what we did. We talked about the options that were presented. But I love that she talked about that employee, and I would like to see all of our parking lots lit up, and I don't want to see anybody walk in and all I'm hearing is that downtown is a safety issue. So that's another conversation that we need to be having about safety, in addition to talking about parking. So that was my only reason for making the suggestion. Like, some of the propositions that was made tonight were great ideas, and those ideas were not presented at that first meeting. Even then, I was opposed to this particular implementation. So I want to make that clear too. I was not swayed by the comments tonight, but it did open my eyes to say, man, there's some people in here who got some really good ideas that we didn't get a chance to consider because those ideas was just shared tonight. So I just wanted to have an opportunity for those ideas to be shared as well in consideration for a plan moving forward. But.
Perfect. And if I may, I'm not going to vote against doing that. I just also am not going to let this, just like no one else here is, I'm not going to let the issue just magically go away. Because we've got, and I don't think you're implying that. I don't want anyone misquoting and spinning that. I don't think that's what Councilwoman Matthews is implying either. Because this is an issue. We've got property owners that are worried about it. We've got business owners that are worried about it. We've got customers that are worried about it. We've got residences that are worried about it. All I'm saying is that we need to figure out whatever solution we're going to go after and go after it quickly. Not irrationally, but quickly.
Any more comments or discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want a point of clarification. The parking commission was never meant when it was created to be a policy
Good evening. I thought it was important to make the clarification, Mr. Mayor and Council, that the Parking Commission was created many years ago and wasn't meant to be a policy recommending body, nor do I feel like we're qualified to make those recommendations. It was an enforcement arm of the city to review traffic tickets, and that's primarily what it was done for. We can make those, but we relied on the gentleman from Chapel Hill with his recommendation based on public input. So I would urge you to understand that that's what the role of the Traffic Commission was, to review traffic tickets at the time that were being handed out and to see whether or not they were handed or done properly. Thank you.
Worth the argument.
I'm going to wait until Mrs. Jones gets back since she made the motion.
So a question about that. Mr. Livingston, were you saying that the parking tickets downtown or just parking tickets in general?
Parking tickets, I wasn't here then, but it was parking tickets. I'm assuming it was downtown because I don't think you had any parking ordinance anywhere else at the time.
So I know you've been very active on that parking commission from what I hear. What has been your findings about the citations downtown now?
Well, my approach to the whole thing still is to get as much public input as possible.
Come on up.
I feel like we needed to get as much input from the merchants and stakeholders as possible, put together the data, and let that drive our decision. So that's been my position.
Right now, from where would a parking ticket come right now?
Well, we have the ability even now to issue a ticket through our police department with our ordinances on the books right now. It's just we need to know if that's the direction we're going to go or not.
But right now, there's no
It has to be posted, right? You don't
That's-
see very many tickets.
Right.
But technically, yes, it would have to be posted so we could enforce it.
No, I'm talking about has there even been a ticket presented for a conversation, because there's no parking regulation right now?
No, that's correct.
Right.
There are certain parking violations that you can get a ticket for, though. If you park in a loading zone or if you park in a fire.
Right, that's correct.
So you can get a parking ticket for that.
Yes, sir.
Violation.
We just haven't had to use the commission to review any of that.
That's correct. And
But,
I just wanted to be understood that our role there in the parking commission should not be construed as a recommending policy body to this board for that reason. I mean, you can say that's what we want. We want the traffic commission to study, but you've got a police chief, you've got myself, and you've got the city engineer, and none of us are parking experts. So that's why the consultant was brought in who does this for a living.
I understand that, but the parking commission very well did make a recommendation. That's, you guys made a recommendation based on parking. But I also inquired about some of the citations and things that happened, and according to the information that I gathered, there were no more than 3 calls for service related to parking in the downtown area since July 1, 2022. 2 of those calls were at the Waynesboro house, so it's possible those were vehicles parked on the property and not on Center Street. No citations or warnings were issued during this time frame, and no vehicles were towed for parking violations. So that's another thing. I'm just saying we need to make sure that we're truly involving everybody, and I get it. I respect it. I want the businesses to thrive and all of that, but I don't think we have done a good enough job of truly engaging everybody and truly drawing data. I just don't think we did that, and so that's where I'm at with that one. Thank you for the opportunity to let me share it.
Okay.
Thank you.
One other thing that I would like to say is that I don't believe anyone on this panel here is thinking of this in any form or fashion as a political issue. Or are we trying to protect certain people? And that comes up, and that really infuriates me, quite frankly, because you're implying, those that say that are implying that, we don't really care about anything except those special people or those special individuals or whatever. Or we're going to retaliate against certain people by implementing a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, it really bothers me when I hear stuff like that, because all we're trying to do here is trying to take an issue that obviously there's interest in and try to work out some amenable solution. So please, don't try to imply that we're up here trying to play good old boy stuff, or that we've got a hatchet that we want to throw at somebody or something like that, because that's not what it's about. It takes away the value, I think, of us trying to do our job when we hear stuff like that.
Well, I also don't want to minimize those individuals' feelings who feel based on their experience of what has happened to them. And there's certain situations that we should all be well aware of that brings validity to some of the comments that have been made here tonight. So let's not do that either. Let's not do that either.
I agree, and that's conversely to what I just said, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Ms. Matthews. I agree. We should take the information that's been given to us tonight. Anyway, is there any more discussion? We have a motion that's made to go back and look at, not take any action tonight, go back and look at other alternatives and bring them back to the council for discussion. Is that correct, Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Motion was made and second. There's no more discussion. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Okay, the motion's carried. Okay. Anyone wishing to leave, please do so. Okay, we'll move along now with item G on the agenda under public hearings, amending Chapter 152 of the Housing Regulations.
Yes, sir, Mayor Hammond, Council. As some of you or most of you will remember, this was first brought to Council at your retreat back in February. This is an amendment to Chapter 152 Housing Regulations of the City of Goldsboro Code of Ordinances. This is a text amendment to replace housing regulations with the new minimum housing and abandoned structures ordinance. The applicant for this amendment is City of Goldsboro Planning. This ordinance would affect all zoning districts within the municipal limits of the city. This would affect all land use designations. And again, this is a text amendment to replace Chapter 152. So why do we want to replace Chapter 152? A couple of reasons. Chapter 152 housing regulations were first adopted on April 10th, 1972. Chapter 160D of the North Carolina General Statutes introduced new and updated legislation that addresses minimum housing and abandoned structures in the state of North Carolina. And this amendment would ultimately bring the City of Goldsboro into compliance with that chapter of the General Statutes. So the purpose of this ordinance overall is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of our city through establishing minimum standards and requirements for the initial and continued occupancy of places of human habitation as well as for abandoned structures. Some of the key differences between the Chapter 152, which is in existence now, and this newly proposed ordinance. Chapter 152 originally included the ETJ. The ETJ is excluded from this. This applied to dwellings only in the old chapter. This new chapter would allow for non-residential structures to be enforced upon under this language. And the old one had no specific monetary fees involved in violations. It was liens against the property, where this new one has a violation and fee schedule as well as an expanded index of definition, outlined owner and occupant responsibilities, equipment and facility requirements and standards that they have to maintain. Also has language in there involving list pendants, as well as some language that is duplicated in the North Carolina Building Code that's not necessary to be included in it. So the planning director or his designee, which would be the public enforcement officer, is who would enact this ordinance. The powers and duties would be to inspect places of human habitation and abandoned structures, to administer staff level hearings related to these violations, to keep accurate records and reports of inspections and properties and structures that are in violation, and then absolutely and always work with the citizens to cause the least possible inconvenience while we work towards compliance. Looking at some of the components, some of the major components of this ordinance, again, we have specific responsibilities for owners and occupants, minimum standards for structures. We have specific language related to deteriorated or dilapidated, deteriorated being damage less than 50%, dilapidated meaning that the damage has exceeded that 50% threshold. We have a specific outline investigation and enforcement process, and again, that penalties and list pendants language. And so, in conclusion here, looking at our evaluation, this would bring us into compliance with the general statutes. This would allow for us to enforce on both residential and non-residential structures, and this ordinance would involve City Council with the enforcement and final decision process in these violations if it escalates to that point. And so staff is recommending approval of this text amendment. Primarily, our reason for approval is to receive compliance with the North Carolina general statutes. Secondarily, this will improve the enforcement process that deals with unfit dwellings and non-residential structures within the city. This went to Planning Commission. They voted to adopt the consistency statement and recommend approval of this proposed text amendment, and that was a unanimous 5-0 vote. And so at this time, if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, if anyone from the public wants to speak, yes, sir.
We have, this in essence has the order to repair.
So this applies to certain situations that order to repair may not cover. This doesn't get rid of order to repair. This is just, think of this essentially as another tool in the toolbox to deal with some of these structures within the city.
Okay.
Why is ETJ omitted?
The ETJ was omitted from this after consulting with the city attorney and looking at how it's handled. We felt that it would be best that this only applies to the structures that fall within our municipal limits.
So would we still have any authority for structures in the ETJ?
Not under this ordinance, no, sir.
Is there any other ordinance in place that would retain that authority in some way?
I don't know off the top of my head if order to repair applies in the ETJ or not. That's something I would have to go look at.
Thank you.
Probably county would.
It would be up to them.
Yeah, county.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this subject, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak? I see no one coming, so I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 152, Housing Regulations of the City of Goldsboro Code of Ordinance?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion is made and second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand. Motion's carried. Okay, at this time, I'm going to excuse myself because this next issue, there's something that I have interest in. And so I'm going to turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem. He'll conduct that hearing, and then I'll come back. I'm asking the council to excuse me.
Okay.
Do you need a motion? Yes. Do I address Pro Tem to make the motion? Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, I move we excuse the mayor from discussion on item HSU 323 to avoid a potential conflict of interest.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? There being none, all in favor is right hand. Okay. All opposed have the same. Okay.
Wait a minute, just a second here.
Motion passes.
This is
Okay.
Hold on, just a second. This is the in case you.
Okay. Okay, this is an open public hearing in reference to SU-3-23 in reference to Bricks Restaurant, Place of Entertainment, North Center Street. This is an open public hearing. Anyone that would like to?
You want to let?
Okay,
Want to let?
turn over to you.
Yes, sir, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll
Yes, sir.
give my presentation and
Okay,
at
sure.
that time. So this is a special use request for the property located at 223 North Center Street. The property is owned by Greenbrier Property Services. The applicant is Nicholas Ward. Property is located within the CBD zoning district with a mixed-use downtown land use designation. And they're requesting a special use permit to establish a place of entertainment with ABC permit. So as you can see here from the aerial image, this property sits right at the corner of Center Street and Ash Street. Again, the CBD district has been established to maintain and strengthen the concentration of commercial, service, residential, and institutional uses that are going to serve our entire community and region. And this district encourages a high-intensity, pedestrian-oriented use compatibly designed around the existing compact core. Looking at it here, as you can see, Central Business District is the primary zoning district in this area. Land use plan recommendation of mixed use downtown identifies goals related to this designation, and the main one that applies to this is infill development is an action that has been identified as essential to the continued development of Goldsboro. So looking at this, again, you can see the entire land use plan, the area around it all falls within this mixed use downtown area. Whenever this went out for TRC, there were not any comments or concerns. Here you can see the general layout. Just to give you some more background on it, this is where direct flooring and carpet is currently. The front portion of this, where you see what appears to be some structures inside of this building, that is where the proposed Bricks restaurant that's already in the permitting process, that's a permitted by right use for that restaurant. The way this building is designed in the rear portion, which used to serve as the warehouse, it's a very large space that Mr. Ward has identified could be a flexible space to host multiple types of events. So it's that large vacant area is the specific area that we're talking about here tonight. And so he's proposing his hours of operation be Sunday to Saturday, 12 noon to 11 p.m. And again, these would not be non-stop operation hours. You know, it would really depend on his as-needed basis, depending on how that space is being rented out or utilized. Typically, his days of operation would be within Thursday to Sunday with those same hours. He's looking at a total of 10 employees per shift, running on 2 shifts. There is no minimum off-street parking requirements. As far as maintenance goes, this is going to be performed on an as-needed basis, and trash collection would be contracted and scheduled to occur either bi-weekly or weekly, and after certain events as needed. And so looking at staff's evaluation on it, again, this falls within that place of entertainment with ABC permit. You know, just that would be all encompassing of any types of uses that may need to rent that space out. This would qualify as infill development. Again, as mentioned, this would be in the rear flex space portion of that direct carpet flooring outlet. Staff is recommending one condition with this special use proposal. That condition being that no outdoor activities take place that are associated with this place of entertainment, that all activities and events would need to occur inside of that structure. And so at this time, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, I do believe the applicant is here if you have any questions for him.
Does anyone here have any questions? If not, I'll open this up. This is an open public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak for or against needs to swear in with the city clerk. Do I have anyone that would like to speak for or against?
Again, Dr. David Craig.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say it's not that I'm necessarily against Bricks Restaurant, but if you think about the proposed usages of this space, parties, gender reveal parties, you know, gatherings, and then for the city to say that there's no off-street parking required, then that kind of runs contrary to what the city's attempting to do, or the direction that the city's moving in terms of the proposed parking plan. I know that when you have gatherings of that type, a lot of times it takes more than 2 hours. And so I'm just suggesting that these things be considered. That's all I have to say. Any questions for me?
Point well taken, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to speak on this topic? Okay. There are 4 votes needed for this item. This is directed to the council. You have a copy of the motions in your folder. I'm going to read each motion as it relates to this. First motion being motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Second motion being motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Third motion is the motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it's located. Fourth motion is that the motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan.
And just a reminder, you
Yes,
you need to vote individually on each one of those 4 findings.
Okay. So, reading them again, the first motion. Motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second. Okay.
Any discussion on that motion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. All those against? Have the same? Okay. Is that calculated? Okay. Second motion. Motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. The motion been moved and seconded. Do I have any discussion on that? All those in favor, raise your right hand, please. Those against have the same. And motion passes. Third, motion that the use will be in. Am I good?
I was just a reminder to you, staff did recommend a condition. You don't have to include that condition. If you do want to include that recommended condition, you'll need to include it in one of your motions with the inclusion of the condition.
So you may need to remind him of the condition.
So that condition was no activity associated with this use is to occur outside of that structure.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Whichever one they wish to include it with, it would just need to be included with one if they wanted to apply.
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, we're on 3, right?
we're on 3.
So the wording for this, and I'm asking for your help. I move that the use subject to the condition as applied by the Planning Commission would be in use with harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located.
As long as it's confined to within the structure.
Yes.
So long.
That's
Yes.
the condition.
Yes.
Yes.
It's confined within the structure.
Right.
Yes.
So we need to say that part.
Well, I think if he's agreeing that that's how he wants it worded, which we just said, then I think that's clear on the record.
Okay.
But if you want to repeat it, you're certainly welcome to.
Okay.
For clarity, can you repeat that? So, and you said that's acceptable, correct?
Yes,
So,
Mayor Pro Tem, I will not lie to you. I'm not certain that I can.
Okay.
But we'll give it a shot.
in that ballpark.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located, so long as it is subject to the condition as stated by the Planning Commission or Council Commission.
Or just subject to the condition that.
To the condition that all activities are contained within the structure.
Correct.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed have the same. Okay, motion passes. So we're covered in that regard for that, sir, for that particular
Yes, sir.
for
Yes,
that
sir.
point. Okay, fourth motion is the motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor raise your right hand. All those against have the same? Okay, motion passes. Okay. We clear on?
Yes, sir, we're good.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
One more.
We have one
Okay.
more special use and we'll move into another text amendment.
Okay, is the mayor still absent on this one, or is he?
I don't believe he would be absent on
He was
this.
just excused for the last one.
Just excused for that one.
He just
Okay,
needs to be
can I get a
brought back in.
motion? Can I get a motion that the mayor resume his seat?
You don't really need a motion for that. He was just
Okay.
excused from participating in that particular public hearing
Okay.
and vote.
Okay.
Okay, so that he can come back in and participate.
Can someone notify him that he can come back in?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, we're at item I on the public hearing, so go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mayor. This is a special use request for Aim to Ease, which is a licensed massage therapy. This is proposed to locate at 3888 East Ash Street. The property is owned by Mary Ivy King and the applicant is Barbara Dorter. The zoning district is O&I1 with a land use designation of low density residential. And again, they're requesting a special use permit to establish a licensed massage therapy business. As you can see here from the aerial image where the property is located on East Ash Street, this is the point that is very close to 70. Looking at the zoning, the O&I1 district was established to provide for the development of office and community institutions that are going to have a similar development characteristic and that are going to require locations that are close to residential and commercial uses. The district encourages the development of office and institutional uses that will provide a step down in intensity between highly developed commercial districts and nearby neighborhoods. As you can see here, you do have some residential zoning present, but then you have that small cluster of O&I1 with general business with some other general business zoning in that general vicinity. Looking at the land use plan, this is in the low density residential designation, which was given based off of those existing residential development patterns. This use is not anticipated to present any kind of immediate threat to this designation due to the fact that this property was previously used for this type of non-residential use, and it's already zoned O&I1. As you can see here, you have commercial land use designation adjacent across East Ash Street with low density residential on the south side. Whenever this went through TRC review, there were not any comments. This would be required to go through site plan review internally before any kind of certificates of occupancy were issued. And so here you can see just a rough sketch. Again, we would require a full site plan before any kind of site plan approval is issued. But you can see parking, East Ash Street, and the general layout of that structure. Ms. Dorter is proposing to operate Monday through Saturday, 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock. She would be the only employee, and as stated, site plan approval would be required. And so this special use proposal, again, is to establish that licensed massage therapy business. More specifically, that is a reflexology holistic body therapy service. Ms. Dorter, the applicant, is a good standing member with the American Reflexology Certification Board, and she has been since 2015. She's provided staff with a letter and her certification copy from that board. And here you can see the letter that she provided us with, as well as her certification being a good standing member of that board. And so at this time, if council has any questions, I can answer them. If not, I don't know if the applicant is here, but I can answer any questions you may have.
Does the council have any questions of this item to planning? Apparently not, so I'll say anyone wishing to come forward, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this, please come forward. There being no one coming forward, I close the public hearing. There are 4 votes needed for this item, and I'll read them, and then we'll take them one by one. First one is a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Second motion is the motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who's the second?
Second.
Okay. Motion's made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, number 3, motion is that the use will be in harmony with the existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion's made.
Second.
And second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor of passing it, signify by raising your hand. And number 4, motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan.
So moved.
Motion's made. Is a second.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay, we have a total. Okay, good. That motion carries. Okay, now we're down to J. UDO 125-3.
Yes, sir, Mayor. So this is a text amendment to amend the distance requirement in Article 5, Section 5.5.4 of the City of Goldsboro UDO. The applicant is Kyle Merritt. The specific property or the specific language here is for CBD as far as this section, and it's for the mixed-use downtown land use designation. What the applicant is requesting is he's requesting a text amendment to the City of Goldsboro UDO that would remove language related to how we measure distance to achieve that required 50 feet separation between bars, nightclubs, pool halls, microbreweries, places of entertainment, both public and private and for profit, with an ABC permit between your freestanding churches and schools. So here, this is the specific proposed location. This is the former site of Mimi's Boutique on Mulberry Street. In the Central Business District, this district is the area between south of Oak Street and north of Elm Street, and includes all of the area in between George Street and William Street. And again, as previously mentioned, the purpose of this district is to establish and maintain commercial service and residential use that'll serve the entire community and region. And this district does encourage a mix of high-intensity, pedestrian-oriented use that are going to be compatibly designed and arranged around the existing compact core. And it's intended to safeguard the unique architectural character, social activity, and cultural value of the downtown while promoting continued success and redevelopment. And here's just an image of where that central business district is, as I know council is well aware. And so that land use plan for the mixed-use downtown goal is to continue on focusing improvements on the downtown Goldsboro area. So currently, our UDO requires a 50 feet separation distance between these types of uses and freestanding churches. It's not a proposal to get rid of that 50 feet distance. The way it currently reads is that the separation distance is required by this section shall be measured in a straight line from property line to property line with no consideration to intervening structures, roads, or landforms. Meaning that if you have a road, you're not to consider the width of that right-of-way in your measurement between those property lines. What is being proposed is to remove that section with no consideration as to intervening structures, roads, or landforms. By doing that, you would be able to have a situation where you could use the distance between the proposed subject property at 116 West Mulberry Street and St. Stephen's Episcopal Church, which is located across Mulberry Street. By using the width of that Mulberry Street right-of-way, that business would meet that 50 feet minimum requirement. And like I said, consideration could be given to that right-of-way. There's approximately 60 feet between 116 West Mulberry and St. Stephen's if we use that right-of-way that's there. And so here you can see just an aerial image of where the church is and where he's proposing to relocate church spirits and cocktails to. And this is just an image from the street as far as where the church is and where the proposed business is. And so in our evaluation, this would change how we measure distance between these freestanding churches and schools and bars, places of entertainment. This would allow rights of way to count toward that distance requirement, and it would result, in this being able to take place locating adjacent to it using that right of way for the distance requirement. Staff is not recommending approval or recommending denial. Staff is acknowledging that if this text amendment does go through, this type of use is still required to undergo quasi-judicial review from council. So this wouldn't be a blanket approval. Each one of these types of uses would still be subject to your quasi-judicial review, which could have conditions placed upon it before any kind of operation is able to take place. Planning Commission heard this item recently. They voted to adopt the inconsistency statement and recommend denial. This was a vote 3 against and 2 in favor. And so if there's any questions at this time, I can take them, and I do want to remind council that you do have the ability to continue this public hearing as long as you continue it to a date certain.
Okay. I do have a question. I yield to you.
Okay, I would like to continue this until another date.
You want to make a motion to that?
Yes.
I recommend you have a date in mind when you make the motion.
Excuse me?
You have to do it to a date certain, so it needs to have a date also in the motion.
You also have the ability to hear from anybody that...
Yeah, I was about to ask that question. Should we hear from the public?
Okay.
Okay. Can you hold on? Anyone wishing to speak for or against this?
Can I, one question. Do you mind going back? I think it was 2 slides. There was a bullet point that said that bars would be able to locate within 50 feet of churches. I want to make sure that I'm understanding. We're saying you still cannot explain that, because I'm thinking if you're within 50 feet as the crow flies, I'm a simple guy here, that's still a problem. But if it's 50 feet as calculated with contingency A and all these other different things that go into it, then that's where we're simplifying this thing, right?
The way it reads now is freestanding. So if it's not a freestanding church, if it's a church that does not stand alone, you can locate. You can locate in that area. Mm-hmm. You have to be at least 50 feet away from these freestanding churches and schools.
But just explain. To include the road. No, to not explain. The road. Yes, to the council that right now you don't include the road.
That's right. So right
that's
now,
what he's trying to get to.
Taking our measurement on it now, we cannot consider the existing width that's there. Because of the way the UDO reads, we can't take that into consideration. And so this language would allow us to use rights of way to meet these distance requirements.
So this would change it more to, again, for layman's terms, as the crow flies.
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would say so. Yes, sir.
You're just gonna drop a tape measure.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you take 50 feet of rope and you go from property line A to property line B, it doesn't matter if you're going around a bush, a road, a sidewalk, someone's parked car. If it's 50 feet, it's 50 feet under the new thing. I don't know that I'm for this or against it. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding what we're talking about.
So what you just described is with the amendment or without the amendment?
With the amendment, it would be 50 feet is 50 feet is 50 feet.
Regardless.
Without the amendment, 50 feet is only 50 feet, but you can't count part of the 50 feet.
Correct. Austin, why don't you give them an example of how that would work?
Can't count the road right here.
Okay.
Whether it's a
So-
road or a building, but that way they can
Got the
understand.
picture?
Can you go back to the picture?
It is a little,
That's what I was
it is a little
asking.
unclear.
Picture, show how you measure it, Austin.
Yeah.
Because that one's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, go back to that
so
one,
the way it reads right now, we have to measure this as if Mulberry Street does not exist. So we measure it now to be there directly adjacent with 0 feet separation. Whereas if it was located, without that kind of road in between it, and it was further on down, we could count that distance. They're wanting us to amend our language so we can use that road so they're able to meet that 50 feet distance requirement.
So in this picture, hypothetically speaking, now I'm changing the real world. Hypothetically speaking, the building that's right next to it, I think that's Model Railroad Club, maybe? Is that right? Yeah. Let's pretend for a moment that that building is a freestanding church.
It's not freestanding.
I know, that's why I said
In the
I'm
hypothetical
amending
world,
reality here for the
they
sake
could
of.
not do it because it's within that 50 feet and it's freestanding.
Freestanding. Well, tell me,
Is it not attached?
Yeah, not attached. So St. Stephen sits on its own parcel. It's its own freestanding church.
So you still couldn't do it right next door. It's just across the street.
Special use. Since you're on that slide and the discussion tonight's been parking, what's the occupancy load of this proposed space?
I have no idea the fire code allowance for persons inside of that structure.
I'm not familiar with that building, but would you say it's safe to say it's at least 10? I mean, 10 to 15?
It could hold well above that, yes, sir.
So if we're looking at the space on the right where the church is, I would assume that's church parking. It's right there. But I don't know how far down the block this will go. How many cars could you possibly fit on that side of the road, not taking up the space of the model train club? Would you say about 5 or 6 spaces going that way in front, or?
I would say, I don't want to say anything definite because I'm not 100% on it, but I'd say at least.
Okay.
All that street, all that parking along the street is public parking.
Right, but I'm trying to see how, looking at that car that's in the picture on that side, I want to be considerate of that business thriving and having enough space is what I'm looking at right here. I don't know how many feet.
Can you backtrack to the previous slide where it shows the parking lot behind the building?
So it is a parking
So
lot.
you'll need to get sworn in and then you can speak.
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
So you want to just come?
Can you come explain?
Yes, sir. You might want to ask the applicant questions. and
Okay,
not-
sure. I didn't know we had a representative here.
And have we technically opened the public hearing?
No.
Okay.
First.
We need to open the public hearing first.
Okay,
Let's
hold
not
up a
technically
second.
open.
Hold up a second. So this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this motion or this subject, please come forward. Now, go ahead and speak. Give us your name, please.
My name's Kyle Merritt. I'm owner of Church Experience and Cocktails. Okay, so currently we're located at 110 West Walnut, which is where most people tonight have spoken about the loss of parking. We see about 300 to 400 people a weekend between Thursday and Saturday nights. So as you can imagine, seeing 300 to 400 people on Walnut is really hard. And moving to this location gives us ample parking because there's no businesses open over here at nighttime, and that huge parking lot in the back, as well as the parking lot that's not being used for the bank building that was redone with all the apartments. It's always open. So this would help our business grow tremendously. I don't understand why this ordinance is there. I don't see how serving alcohol affects the way a church conducts their business. And I think this ordinance limits the growth of my business and potential business owners in the future. I plan on investing more in downtown. I'm a building owner as well. I plan on opening restaurants that serve alcohol and other bars in downtown Goldsboro, and I don't really want to have this hurdle because it's hard enough to find a building as it is. And do you have any questions for me? I know you have some reservations on moving forward.
Yeah, I do have some
Sure.
reservation on moving forward, and I would like to have a little bit more discussion with some of my constituents. So
Can you share
I do.
what your concern might be?
Parking, and you say on the weekend you're talking about Saturdays.
Yeah, we're not open on Sundays.
Right, you're not open on Sundays, but the church is there on Sunday. The people are there on
Okay, so I addressed the parking. There's parking. I think the church has its own designated parking
They
as
do.
well,
Mhm.
and all the parking behind the building. So I don't think parking will be an issue. And then I don't understand.
Okay, well, I still have some reservations, and I want to look into it a little bit more.
Any other
So,
questions?
but it's up to the council. I'm just one person.
Okay. Any other questions to the speaker?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just got one. Even if we do that, then there's still a special use hearing.
Yes, sir, that's right. So this would not be a blanket approval. These types of uses still require a special use permit to come into operation. So if this is approved, he would still have to go through the special use permit process. As you all know, you can place conditions on special uses to mitigate that use to, how they affect adjacent properties. But yes, it would still have to go through the special use process.
Can I speak again?
You only get normally one time. I'll give you this and this second time, and that's it.
Okay, so I don't own this building, and time is of the essence. This is another property owner who's trying to lease this building to other businesses. So I hope that you guys would consider that as well. This is an opportunity for me to grow my business, and time is of the essence. If I prolong it, she might put a different tenant in there, and I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more?
I have a question really quick. So is what we're saying, if we make the amendment, what that allows for, okay, let me scratch that. If we don't change it, that means that a business that he's proposing could not be.
That's correct.
Okay, so while he's saying that he's not going to be open on Sunday, there's no conflict there, what I'm thinking about moving forward, if there is a business that will be open on a Sunday or is open on a Thursday beside us, I'm just considering all of those things too, and I just want to be clear on, if we don't amend it, we're saying no bars or anything like that can be within 50 feet of a standing structure for school or church.
Within a freestanding, yes, and that's where the special use permit part comes into it. Is all special uses would still have to come to council. You would still have the ability to place conditions on it.
Also, I think you just do clear lines so they understand. Right
yeah,
now,
do clear lines.
Yeah, I mean, right now it is such that it can't be there, and there's no special use part of it. Okay, so if you pass it, then you got to come back and he's got to come back and get a special use to still do it, because otherwise he's within 50 feet, so you can't do it anyway, off the get go.
So
Okay, right now.
So it's possible to approve the amendment and still deny his special use.
Yeah, right now he
Correct.
can't even. Right now he can't even legally apply for a special use because the ordinance wouldn't allow for this to take place.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is this is not just for this particular location. If we're talking about the citywide,
the whole CBD, not just the whole central business.
Yeah.
district.
So we're not talking about just applying to just have one position or location. It would apply to all of the central business district.
And if you do continue it, just a reminder, you just need to make sure you announce the certain date you're continuing it to, so we don't have to re-advertise.
Okay, so we.
Okay, I put a date on it, April 17th.
April 17th?
Yes.
Okay. A motion is made to continue this to the April 17th. Is there a second?
Just want to make sure that was the motion.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that was the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Oh, well, I do have one.
Okay.
He said time is of the essence with this person that's got the lease on this thing, right? And my thing is, if we can make further stipulations moving forward, that's my concern. If we can go ahead and let him at least advance to that next stage and then come back, and he said his hours of operations won't be on Sunday, which will be competitive with church parking and all that. That's why I wanted to know how many parking spaces and all that. That's my concern. I don't want to stall it where he's not able to even advance, since we can come back and present what limitations we have on the tenant. So that was my thing, because I don't want him to miss out on the opportunity due to us stagnating this issue until April 17th, and then he's lost out on that opportunity. So that would be my only opposition in stalling this issue.
I would also offer that a church does not just do business from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock on Sunday. They have activities that occur during the week. There's seasonal activities and so forth. So just throwing that out there for discussion. Okay, we have a motion that's been made. Second, any further discussion?
Okay, with discussion to your point, and to the point of us still getting to thinking about this, because I've read this a few times, but I just now understand what that means, and the consideration of other businesses, not just limited to churches, is important to me. Considering that, could we do the 3rd? Would that? I mean, it's not the 17th. It's the 1st of April, so it's not completely too far away.
I don't have a problem with the 3rd.
Pardon?
I can amend it to the 3rd. I
You
don't
want
have
to
a problem.
amend your motion
What
to
y'all
the
I
3rd?
don't have a problem with the 3rd.
Okay. Then the motion is now to continue it to the 3rd of April. Yes?
I would like Councilwoman Jones to make the motion.
Okay.
That for her to amend her motion.
Okay.
Okay, I will amend my motion to the date of April 3rd.
Second.
Motion is made and second to amend the motion to continue this matter to the 3rd of April. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm sure we don't have any planning commission people here, but if you are, you're excused if you like. Okay, now we're at the public comment period, and before we do, I just want to read the rules again about the public comment period. Our public comment period is set up for 30 minutes. The speakers must have signed in before they speak. At the 3-minute time, you'll get a color notice of, there it is right there. And at the 30-second warning, you'll get a color.
The first speaker is Antonio Williams.
Wait a minute. I haven't finished. So at the 3-minute window, you'll see this. It'll be green. And then at 30-second, you're going to get a beep. Is that correct? You'll get a beep. And then when you run out of time, although it'll be up on the screen, you'll get 2 beeps. I appreciate that every speaker conforms to that, please. Go ahead, sir. Tell us who you are and speak.
Good evening again. I'm Commissioner Antonio Williams. I'm coming here in behalf of the County of Wayne. We will be doing a resolution tomorrow of support for Goldsboro to Wilmington train service, commuter rail as well as freight. So I'm coming here, I actually had your planning director, he came to one of our meetings with the DOT, the rail DOT, North Carolina Rail, and he saw what the possibilities are for us to have rail service here again. So I'm coming here asking that the board puts a resolution of support for train service, commuter rail service, and freight to from here to Wilmington.
And thank you for that. Just for information, I've already submitted a letter signed by myself to the Rail Commission supporting it. But if the county would like for us to do a resolution as well, I'm sure we would, well, I'm not sure, but we can talk about it.
That would be great. I actually also recently came back from Washington, where I met with our representatives. It's a bipartisan, we have bipartisan support with this, this train service. So I don't think it would hurt with getting a resolution in place. I think it's going to be great for our young people to be able to just, hey, get on the train and travel to Wilmington. It'd be great just to see service here. A lot of our seniors, they feel as though they're never going to see train service come through Goldsboro again. And I think that collectively, us partnering, we can do that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Does the council, is there consensus for us to support the counties in the resolution?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. If you'll provide us a copy of the counties, then we can sort of use that language to put together ours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Our next speaker is Carl Martin. Okay.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elvin Gray.
Did you say thank you?
Good evening, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Elvin Gray. I'm retired military. I bought a house here in Goldsboro. I'm here to ask the city of Goldsboro a question. Why is not the rules that you set for animals enforced? I have a dog. They told me as soon as I moved here, it would cost me $500 if my dog was caught roaming. But my neighbor has a dog that's been roaming 4 years now since I've been here. My mail is not being delivered because of this dog. He bit the mail person, but yet this dog still runs around. I have contacted the city, nothing has happened. I'm tired of it. I'm gonna file a civil suit because there's discrimination in this city. His dog runs, he bites. If he bites once, he'll bite again. Nothing has been done. I never heard of a dog being quarantined at home that has bit somebody. But this dog bit the male person. The dog catcher here say he has all his shots. He can be quarantined at home. The dog was never quarantined. He's still running the streets. I want to know, as a citizen, a veteran, why is there discrimination against me and my dog that I got to keep it in the backyard, I got to keep it maintained? But this other person, because he live here, has a little money, his dog can run and do what he wants. I'm kind of fed up with this law. Now, I'm asking, before I file a civil suit for injustice, why is not everybody treated the same here in Goldsboro?
Sir, before you sit down, I'll invite the council to ask any questions, but I remember you here a couple of meetings ago, and I went and got the ordinance about that and gave it to you. And I believe the police chief was sitting in here, and you spoke with him. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, but I retained nothing. Some of the people brings this dog back home. He has the address and the phone number on it. Some of your policemen have did the same thing. Not all, but some of them is his buddy. They bring the dog home, release him back to him.
Okay.
Now, I'm getting fed up with the dog, and if I shoot the dog, you want to put me in jail. But I'm tired of it. I serve this country, I deserve better. If you're gonna make me quarantine my dog and keep him home, then everybody's dog should be. I can't get my mail because I refuse to put up a mailbox because my identity has been stolen before. And it took me 8 years to clear. So the house I bought, I made it so my mail can be put inside the house by making a drop where to go into my closet. Now, you're gonna tell me I can't have my mail delivered. But I got to put up a mailbox where my agenda's been stolen before. And I feel that's a controversy that's not right, and it's also not justice to me as a citizen. If I can't receive the same benefits as everybody else in Goldsboro, houses I don't see a mailbox posted, why have I got to be different? I can't get my mail. I'm ready to sue anything and everything. I'm tired of it.
I'm going to ask our city manager, who heard this conversation, heard me talk about giving you to call the police chief tomorrow and investigate the situation, Mr. Salmon.
Make sure you give your address to the clerk, sir.
I will.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have someone else?
The next speaker is Dr. Craig.
Good evening again, sir.
Yes, my name is Dr. David Craig. I just want to bring some attention to two things that I found in the agenda. On page 185 of your agenda, which is item Q, the number for change is $16,751.01. However, in the actual resolution, the amount is $24,953.01, and that's a difference of $8,202. It appears that the $8,202 for the price for the increase in materials was basically put in double. However, when you consider that if this money was paid out, it's going to cause an anomaly, right? And we're talking about finances, all right? Second thing I want to point out is that on page 182 of the agenda, Parks and Recreations, it says that their adopted budget as of 6/20/20 of 2022 is $3,267,187.50. However, when I cross-reference that to the actual adopted budget, and this is page 99 of the actual adopted budget, the number is $3,536,722. That's a difference of $269,534.50. Part of the issue with our city finances is the way that money's being sloshed around from this area to another area to another area, and then there are no consistent numbers. We really don't know what's going on. So that's what I want to say. And I also want to say, look, and when I say this, I'm not trying to be funny. You're not there to look pretty. You're there to do a job. Please do your job. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
Mr. Salmon, you heard the comment, so we need to look into that and verify.
Yeah, we'll
the
look into it,
numbers.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
But isn't one of those items on the consent agenda that we are gonna be approving or not approving in just a minute?
I don't.
You said item Q.
Well, it was.
Was it
he
Q,
did,
Dr.
yeah.
Craig?
Item Q is on the consent agenda. The second one, I'm not sure about.
So if we can't, I don't imagine we can get that
We can.
fixed right now before we do that. So do
Well, we
need
can
to
take that
remove
off
it
the consent
possibly?
agenda.
Okay.
Well, item Q, there was an $8,000 reimbursement that was going to be filed. So it was my understanding when Catherine presented it that there was the total number, but then there was the total number minus 8,000, which is the numbers that are presented.
So they balance out?
I thought they balanced out. Because she specifically discussed that there was a total expenditure, but then there was going to be some amount that was reimbursed back.
She did?
I don't remember.
Mr.
Ma'am.
Dr. Craig, could you come back up for a second? quote those discrepancies and the pages, please?
Yes, ma'am. And the discrepancy having to do with the 200 and some odd $1,000, it's having to do with the proposed $55,000 for the TC Coley building. And so in part of the documentation, and I forget which agenda item number that is, but it's actually 182 of the agenda, right? It has an amount of $3,267,187.50, and it references the FY22/23 adopted budget on 6/20/22. However, when I went to the adopted budget that was adopted on 6/20/22, the number actually says $3,536,722, and that's actually on page 99 of the actual adopted budget. So there's a difference of $269,534.50 there. With regards to...
Can we handle one at a time,
Yes,
sir?
yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I don't have the page number as it all was rolled up. It was agenda item DD, right? You're talking about a Parks and Rec monthly report, is that correct?
It was involving the $55,000 for the TC Coley.
So it's a separate agenda item? You're talking about...
If I may grab my notes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Because I can't see us approving those agenda items in the consent agenda.
Mayor.
No, only that one item.
Mayor, if I can interrupt, Miss Catherine's on her way over.
Okay.
You're talking about item P, sir, the operational budget amendment? Or are you talking about one of the monthly reports in item DD? What was the agenda item?
What?
He did say page 182, which would be under P.
Under P.
Yeah, it'd be under P, page 182.
So, all right, so item P. Okay. There was a Parks and Rec amendment for $55,000, yes.
Let's hold it up till Catherine gets here, please. Catherine, were you monitoring the?
I was going to say I can answer the question if
Okay.
you'd like for me to.
Yeah.
So the title on that line item says adopted 6/20/22, but that is the actual adjusted. So you all have approved budget amendments, you know, since we passed the budget. So that is really the amended adopted budget is what it is. So that number agrees with my records. So if you go back to the actual budget ordinance that you passed on 6/20/22, Dr. Craig is right that the number he quoted would be right, but you have since amended that budget. So I mean, I can change the description. You know, it takes a lot to put these budget amendments together. So, I mean, like I said, I can put amended, adopted budget on the description if that makes it better for y'all.
Okay. So are we talking about item Q here in the agenda, which is the change order for the bulk storage tank?
No, we're talking about item P. He's
Yes.
talking about $55,000.
For Parks and
Oh,
Recreation.
okay, I'm sorry, but he did talk about the item Q here.
Yeah, that's correct. So that number, like I said, in Parks and Recreation, the $3,267,187.50 is the actual adopted amended budget that this council has voted and approved, and we can go back through minutes and we can pull resolutions and I can prove it to you.
So is it the name or how it's
It's the
designated,
title.
not the amount itself?
Right, so like if you want me to put FY22 adopted amended budget on each one of these, I can copy and paste and put that in there to make it clearer.
Will that clarify it?
Yeah, because that's what it is. Because like I said, you have to remember, if I was to give you the actual line item budget, this would be like 300 pages long. So we don't do that. I condense it, and so I basically put, here's the part of that budget that hasn't changed. Here's the part that is changing. Because like I said, if you try to do that with these budgets, this ordinance would be a couple hundred pages long. So we try to condense it to make it a little bit easier, more digestible, more understandable. But I'll change the title on that to adopted or amended adopted budget for your reference. And then I heard y'all tell, I was trying to make notes. I was working on something else. So I was trying to listen. I think y'all were talking about item Q, which is the one that Bert presented about
Yes.
the 8,202.
Yes.
So
You have a question on that? Is that correct? Still have an item Q, sir?
Yes, sir. So the issue that I'm having is that actually on the agenda memorandum, it says it should be changed by $16,751.01, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but when you get to the actual resolution, that's the amount, which is a difference of $8,202.
They printed that for me, so I'm looking and see. To include the amount. Well, so part of it, the way that I understood it from Berg is part of it was for the sales tax and part of it was for the increase in the materials. So we have to increase the purchase order by the amount of the sales taxes because it's got to be encumbered. Even though we apply for a refund and we get those sales taxes back. So I'm just adding the math in my head. 8,000 and the 16 is where the 24 is coming from. So it's not a double pay. He's got to have the money to be able to encumber the purchase order for the 8-some thousand in sales tax, and then the extra 16,000 was for the increase, the price increase. The way I understood it. So
well, the way it's written here is that, and it says the original contract amount had a price increase on the materials of $8,202. And then when you go down, it talks about the additional tax of $8,549.01. That total is $16,751.01, right?
At 135. And maybe he did include that. We'd have to ask.
Why don't we just remove this item and then we can come back and address
it's not my item. This is Bert. So,
Right.
So I would just suggest you remove it, get clarification on it from Bert, because I'm not the one that prepared it, so I don't know exactly all the intricate details with his stuff. So, and I'm sure
We'll get that clarified.
Okay.
We'll take it off the agenda. Consent agenda.
Are y'all good on the budget amendment though?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good then. All right. Thanks.
So just
on the budget amendment, we're just gonna go with the amended language. Do you wanna pull that one as well until she amends it, or you wanna let her amend it before the mayor signs it?
I was going, because I've got one little correction. I had put the 428,000, I'm sorry, I should be up here. I put the 428 for the FEMA reimbursement. I put that on charges for services, and it should have been received from other government agencies. So I've got a couple of corrections that I'm going to make for Laura. I can go back to the office and do those right now, but it's fine to change that. And then I'll amend that language as well for y'all. So the final version that the mayor signs will be what we discussed tonight, if that's okay.
Can we just remove those items until?
We've got some matters pressing, so if you all are going to let Rick buy his garbage truck, he cannot buy it without the budget amendment.
So let's buy the garbage truck.
Yeah, so you've got some pressing. These are really kind of like clerical corrections kind of thing. But like I said, I'm more than happy to go back right now and do it. It might give me about 10 minutes. I might be done before y'all get done meeting. So, I got to be here. I got a flat tire, so.
I don't think for me it's not so much the words. I just wanted clarity on the discrepancy. If it is okay.
It's the wording. There
Okay.
is no discrepancy in the numbers. It's just the
Okay.
wording.
It's
Poor
the
choice of
money
words.
I'm concerned about, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, but I'm like I said, I'll go right back. I got to work on. I've got to do something anyway, so I'll go do that right now. Okay.
Thank you.
Who else do we have to speak?
Our next speaker is Yvonne Moore.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I know the information came out about the parking commission that you guys have in place, but after reviewing the 2016 study that we've been talking about tonight, it says that that commission should be equitable to make sure there's no favoritism or biasness. Well, if you just have your assistant city manager and the police chief, but there's no citizens or residents or other people that this affects, that's not very equitable. And I hope you guys would agree. The second thing that I wanted to kind of point out of why I have concerns about certain issues is, congratulations, well, hopefully it'll be a congratulations for Church and Spirits. It's a great business. They do fabulous drinks, I hear. But it was interesting to me to hear that, he'll have off-street parking, which from my understanding is a privately owned lot. Is there any discussions that the city is having with that private owner that is going to allow for parking? Because again, as I told you before, I've parked there. Commissioner Williams has parked there, and immediately police are called or the city is calling me, telling me that I have to move. So this is why I kind of say it works for some, but doesn't work for all, and we're treating people differently, and that gives rise to many more problems. So is the city in discussion to?
No, this was just a presentation brought to change that language. I agree, there's an issue there.
Okay.
And that is why I wanted to table it, because I wanted to have the opportunity to speak with them myself. So that was one of my reasons.
And again, this is nothing against Church and Spirit. I'm not
it
coming
isn't,
up
and I
here
don't,
to say,
and I didn't want
I'm
anybody
just,
to think
that
either.
parking thing was kind of interesting to me because, other people have mentioned it to possibly be for employees, and it's like, no, can't happen.
There's a lot of desires, but someone would have to buy that property, right?
And that's what I originally understood. So that's why I didn't know, hearing that information tonight, was there something that I missed, and there's now new conversations which would give
No,
way
ma'am, it's
to
just a
yourself.
proposal to change that language.
Very good.
And that is one of the reasons why I wanted to table it, because I wanted to have the opportunity to talk myself, because I hadn't had the opportunity to. So it wasn't against, the spirits or the, of him getting business. It's just that I hadn't talked, and I wanted to be able to do that.
Very good. Thank you for that clarity.
The next speaker was listed as Kyle Merritt, but I think he's gone. Sergio Sanchez and Pastor E. I think they're all part of the other. I think that's it.
They left?
Yes, sir.
So we have no other speakers?
They spoke during the parking thing. They spoke during the parking.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll close the public hearings and
Public
we'll
comment
move on
period.
to,
Public comment period.
I'm sorry, the public comment period. We'll close the public comment period. So now we'll undertake that's a good word to use, undertake, the consent agenda. We have items K through double D minus Q. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated?
Motion to
Miss-
approve items K.
Miss Catherine was going to bring back P.
Pardon?
Miss Catherine was going to bring back P for changes. Do you want to wait to see that, or?
I think we should.
Okay, all right, let's just hold P out too. Or do you want to wait? I don't care, we've got plenty of time here.
We need to try to move forward.
I think he's getting hungry.
Can we go, is it out of order to go to something else?
Well,
Maybe we could move forward with the other aspects.
Yeah, so we could modify the agenda to move the two items into items requiring individual action, right? That would be procedurally correct.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah. So how about we do that? What are the two Q and what?
P.
Q and P. Mayor Ham, I move that we modify the agenda to move items Q and what was it?
P.
To items requiring individual actions.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor of moving items P and Q off the consent agenda to items requiring special action, please signify by raising your hand. Okay. Now, I'll go back. We have the consent agenda items K through double D minus P and Q. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated?
So moved.
Second. Motion made and second. Any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor Ham.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones.
Yes.
Councilman Broadway.
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Yes.
Councilman Gaylor.
Yep.
Councilman Bass.
Yes.
I was going to be saying hell yes, but that's probably not proper. So,
Don't think so.
but the attorney's over there biting his lip like, okay. At this time, we'll go to the items requiring individual action. We don't have that report back from Catherine yet, so let's go down to the ceremony.
I don't think we're going to be able to address item Q this evening, sir. I don't know. I think we're going to have to pull item Q here. I have to get Robert Sherman.
That's what I said to start with.
Didn't you say that she didn't?
Yeah, that's what I said to start with.
I think.
Right.
We'll have to see if the finance director can work it out with Mr. Sherman, Public Utilities Director, and come back here in hopefully 5 or 10 minutes. So if we can move on to the city manager report, ceremonial documents, mayor, council member comments, Can we do that while we wait on items requiring individual action?
In right order.
Do you have anything to report?
Well, I was going to say this is a great council meeting, a lot of good discussion, pretty efficient use of the consent agenda item, but we've had to go backwards on a couple of those things. So if not efficient and effective, I think we got through that pretty well, but we will adjust those items. I would really like to thank council for the great presentations, from the resolutions for retirement and awards to the ceremonial proclamations. I thought we're going to hear about those in just a second here for the ceremonial proclamations, especially the 135th U.S. Color Troop. There will be on March 27th at 10 a.m. Down by the hub there where the Civil War Trail sign is, will be a little bit of a dedication ceremony for those who want to attend. So that's all I had, sir.
Thank you. Okay, our ceremonial documents, I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Pollock to read the first one, the 135th U.S. Colored Troop birthday, 158th birthday proclamation.
135th U.S. Colored Troop USCT 158th birthday proclamation. Whereas the 135th USCT was formed in Goldsboro, North Carolina on March 27th, 1865 from men who previously served as the Pioneer Corps and were part of General William T. Sherman's army. And whereas prior to their taking the oath of service in Goldsboro, they had been recruited into Pioneer Corps during Sherman's march through Georgia and the Carolinas. And whereas the Pioneer Corps worked tirelessly through the winter of 1864 and spring of 1865 to move General Sherman's army corduroy roads to get them through the swamps and building bridges to cross the rivers of Georgia, South, and North Carolina. They had to work day and night to make sure that over 2,500 wagons and the 60,000-man army of General Sherman were able to rapidly advance in an effort to help bring the Civil War to an end. And whereas enlisted at Goldsboro, the men of the 135th USCT were commanded by Colonel John E. Gurley and were given their United States Army blue uniforms with their famous brass buttons with their Freedom Eagle on the face. And whereas upon leaving Goldsboro, the 135th USCT marched as part of General Sherman's army to Raleigh, North Carolina, and then up to Virginia. And whereas one of their proudest moments was when men of the 135th United States Colored Troop marched with General William T. Sherman's army in the Grand Review at Washington, D.C. on May 24, 1865. And whereas, following a brief time in Washington, D.C. and performing guard duty at Fort Kearny in the defense of the Capitol, the 135th USCT were transported by train, then by boat to Louisville, Kentucky. While at Louisville, they performed more guard duty until they were mustered out of service on October 23, 1865. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby recognize March 27, 23 as the 135th USCT's 158th birthday, and encourages all citizens to recognize the efforts of these brave men that fought for our country. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal, the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, this 20th day of March 2023.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before we go to the next one, let me just say that I was privileged to read this proclamation 3 years ago, 2021, when it was then celebrating 155 years. And it was a small gathering of people that include interested people, also some descendants of the 135th. Next Monday, the 28th, is going to be a big day. There's going to be a lot of people here, dignitaries and so forth. So I encourage the public to come down, participate in this event. So, okay, Councilwoman Matthews.
Thank you. I'm going to be reading the Women's History Month proclamation on behalf of Councilwoman Jones and myself. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have the historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force. And whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. Thank you, guys. And whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas women have served our country courageously in the military. And whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement and the emancipation movement and industrial labor movement and the civil rights movement and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of women has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim the month of March 2023 as Women's History Month in the city of Goldsboro, and encourage all citizens to observe this month by participating and supporting all festivities celebrating the proud history and many accomplishments of women. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and affix the seal of the city of Goldsboro this 20th day of March 2023.
Thank you. Okay. And by the way, women have contributed to this nation, to our economic status, and have come a long ways in the last few years, and I think that's very appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor.
And Councilman Broadway, you have the last one that I'm particularly
First thing, I'm sure glad I didn't have to read that one.
Well, I gave it to the most
That was a tough one, and this is a special for Mayor Ham and myself
He served two tours in Vietnam, and I served one. And it's always special when at least something is said. Vietnam Veterans Day Proclamation. Whereas on December 22nd, 1961, the first battlefield casualty was recorded. On January the 12th, 1962, United States Army pilots lifted more than 1,000 South Vietnamese service members over jungle and underbrush to capture a National Liberation Front stronghold near Saigon. Operation Chopper marked America's first combat mission against Viet Cong and beginning of one of our longest and most challenging wars. And whereas over 50 years after that fateful mission, we honor more than 3 million Americans who served, we pay tribute to those who we have laid to rest, and we affirm our dedication to show a generation of veterans the respect and support of a grateful nation. Whereas thousands of veterans returned home bearing shrapnel and scars, still more were burdened by the invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress, Agent Orange, and the memories that will never fade. And whereas more than 58,000 laid down their lives in service to our nation, now and forever their names are etched in two faces of black granite, a lasting memorial to those who bore conflict's greatest cause. And whereas our veterans answered our country's call and served with honor, and on May 15, 1975, the last casualty of the Vietnam conflict was recorded. Yet in one of the war's most profound tragedies, many of these men and women came home to be shunned or neglected, to face treatment unbefitting their courage and a welcome unworthy of their example. Whereas now we affirm one of the most fundamental obligations to show all those who have worn the uniform of the United States the respect and dignity they deserve, and to honor their sacrifice by serving them as well as they served us. And whereas in 2012, the President of the United States issued a proclamation making March 29th of each year Vietnam Veterans Day. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim March 29, 2023 as Vietnam Veterans Day in the city of Goldsboro, and urge all citizens to observe this day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities that commemorate the anniversary of the Vietnam War. In witness thereof, I hereby set my hand and affix the city of Goldsboro on this 20th day of March, 2023. David Ham.
Thank you, Councilman Broadway. So we got back to the items requiring individual action at this point. We have items P, which was the operating budget amendment that Catherine spoke to the language, and I'll let you take it.
I think P's been fixed. She's made the change that she discussed.
Can we share a copy with this with Dr. Craig?
Sure,
please?
sure. Dr. Craig, you want to come take a look?
I got an extra copy over here.
Yes, sir. And we should remove item Q. I have to check with the Public Utilities Director, who's not here right now.
So we'll leave Q in abeyance there, or and not take that up. But item P, we can take it on the items requiring individual action.
I prefer for the record, Mayor, that somebody would continue item Q to the next meeting.
Okay, all right. There are two things then. Let's take them one at a time. On item P, you have the document in front of you that changes the language. Is there a motion to, under items requiring individual action, to adopt it as it's presented?
So.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor of adopting the revised document, the ordinance, amending the budget ordinance for the city of Goldsboro for the 22-23 fiscal year, signify by raising your hand. Okay, that passes. Is there a motion to continue item Q on the consent agenda, which is the change order number 1, price change for bulk storage tank replacements for the WRF until April 3rd.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All in favor of continuing this over to April 3rd, signify by raising your hand. Okay, motion's carried. Okay, any council members' comments? I'm not going to appoint someone. I'm going to ask someone to speak forward tonight. Who wants to speak first?
I just want to say that I gained a wealth of knowledge from my most recent trip to DC, and was also proud to be a representative for not only the council, but was able to ask some critical questions regarding the allocation of funding for cities such as ours that have military installations for our school systems. Still waiting on a kind of response from that as we talked in the retreat. Want to ensure that not only military children but also the citizens within the city get premier education. I also want to say that I'm glad to see that the 135th proclamation for the USCT came into fruition, and all those that were integral part in pushing it through. And I was also honored to read that proclamation. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Broadway.
Well, the main thing I just want to say tonight is I want to shout out again for Dennis Goodson. Dennis Goodson, over the last 10 years that I've been involved with, the relationship between Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, our council, our county commissioners, he has been one of the driving forces. And the way we could communicate, first, the needs of the base, and second, the needs of the community, and his ability and his time with us in Washington. When we went with Dennis Goodson, we were able to talk to people and talk to staffers and talk to people in the halls of Congress. They knew him, they trusted him, and so did all of the people in the Pentagon. This community, and even Seymour Johnson, has lost a valued servant and a man that worked so very hard for all of us. And I just want to commend him again.
Ms. Jones?
Well, I was not going to make a comment, but I am. I would like to commend our council tonight. I think we did an excellent job of listening and asking questions and coming up with good options. I think we did a really good meeting tonight, so I just want to commend you and thank you. And I want all the districts, not just District 1, to know that we are here working for you and that we do care about you and we have your best interests at heart.
Thank you.
That's it.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Thank you. Real quick, I just want to invite all the women to a Women's History Month photo shoot that's going to happen this Saturday at 11 a.m. I'm asking all the women to meet me at the City Hall steps. The dress code is denim and white, please. Also asking for all participants to be 18 and up for consent purposes and how the photo is going to be used moving forward. The theme for the photo shoot is anytime women come together with a collective intention, it's a powerful thing. So that is the theme, that is the vibe, that is the energy. So I hope all the women will come out Saturday, 11 a.m., City Hall steps. Please wear denim and white.
How about the shoes?
Do your thing with the shoes, ladies. That's it, thank you.
I'm trying to put a little levity in this thing.
That's it for me.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilwoman Jones on that tonight. Yeah, it's long. There's a lot of debate, as it's supposed to be, but it's a good meeting. It was a good meeting, and there's two really tough issues that are in front of us right now. And what to me makes them so difficult is there is no perfect answer. There are some answers that are worse than others, inherently maybe some that are better, but there is no perfect answer to either one of them. One being parking, and the other, well, frankly, we're going to have a conversation about alcohol in proximity to standalone churches. in schools. It's really not about, at this layer of conversation, it's not about can that particular building, hold enough people, or can it hold, is there enough parking on the street for it? Yes, no. This layer of the conversation is going to come down to how the community is receptive to the idea of alcohol being across the street from a standalone church. And again, there is no perfect answer. There's answers that are appropriate for some towns and inappropriate for other towns, and that's going to be a heady debate. And it should be, because it's important. It goes to the core tenets of our community as they have evolved over time. I don't know what the answer on that one is going to be, but I look forward to the conversation that I'm certain will come, and I welcome it. It has been a good meeting. It's been a long meeting, but with those things that take a long time, you can yield really, really good results. Commissioner Williams tonight discussed the possibility of finally getting some train service back into Goldsboro. Y'all, that's been about a 2-decade concerted effort from people in the private sector, people in the public sector. Get it across the finish line, sir. I'm telling you, it would be transformative for this community. I stand behind you in those efforts. You've got a ton of people that do. Whether you know them all or not, they're there. They exist. I distinctly remember when a long time ago, the compromise was made that the route between Raleigh and Wilmington may go through Goldsboro and Fayetteville. And then quietly, Amtrak is in Fayetteville. And we have the bus service, but we don't have the trains, do. That piece of track is important, and it's important to that Union Station, and it validates why you hold on to something that's unique to your community. Sir, get that across the finish line. I look forward to standing with you on that one, and I support you all the way. Thank you guys for patience tonight. I'll stop talking.
Councilman Bass?
Yes. Thank you. First of all, I agree with Councilwoman Jones. This is my first rodeo, so I'm over here soaking all this stuff in. I thought the meeting tonight was great. I mean, I learned so much. Just sitting here listening and everything. Second, I want to thank Saturday. I had the opportunity to go to the Art Council Saturday afternoon where Ms. Sue Wooten, she spoke about the city, state, and some things that were happening in our community back in the day, as she stated. Also, I would encourage, especially young people, to go to the Art Council. Be honest with you, that was my first time going. I've been living in Wayne County for a long time. And I have to say, I was so impressed with what I saw with the display they have over there now. I wish all the schools would take the kids there. I mean, it's good information, very good information. Lastly, a lot of times we take our city employees for granted. I wanted to say thank you to our city employees, and especially our department heads. I think they do a good job, but the most important thing, sometimes they probably don't think we appreciate them, but I know I do. I just want to say thank you. We really do appreciate for the service y'all provide. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to take it very long. I just, when you're sitting here last, everybody said what you want to say, but I will say that, as already been mentioned 2 or 3 times, this council tonight spent going on now 5.5 hours here, and we haven't argued one time. We've discussed things. We've accomplished a lot tonight, and by God, that's the way it ought to be every night, whether it's a 2-hour meeting or a 4.5 or 5-hour meeting. It just really, I think we can all go home tonight feeling that, you know what, we did something important tonight. We made some decisions. We chose not to make some decisions that were necessary because we needed more information or whatever. But it was a good night. And I hope we have many more of these nights. And if there's no other discussions, the meeting is adjourned.